Councilmember Grant.
Here.
MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you. Mike, are there any announcements of any closed session actions we took? Or any city attorney representative?
Yeah, I don't see Mike logged on, but I can cover it if he's.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, in terms of attendance, we did not have Cheryl Park in attendance in closed session. And in the case for F3, Lori Ann Manby versus the City of Redondo Beach et al., the council voted unanimously to waive the collection of costs in that case in exchange for dismissal of this particular lawsuit. That was voted unanimously by the City Council.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Entertain a motion to adjourn to a regular meeting.
So move. Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember MD. Any objection to adjourning to a regular meeting? Okay, so ordered. I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Grant.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. I see a flag there. So let's all rise and salute the flag and take a moment of silence after our Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. It's hard to get a moment of silence on Zoom, that's for sure. Okay, first item, give me a second here, you guys. Announcements. Let's do announcements from the council. Councilmember Nierenheim.
I had a great community meeting this weekend. Lots of people showed up. We had a great lively conversation on multiple subjects. Other than that, I'm going to try to get an online community meeting as well, hopefully next week sometime. Other than that, it's after Labor Day and fall is almost here. So it's been a great summer and just want to wish everyone a happy fall. Looking forward to those dining decks in the village.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Fall's a four-letter word. Nah, it's fine. I like fall. The next District 2 community meeting will be a week from tomorrow night, the 23rd of September, 6:30 to 8 o'clock on Zoom. If you have not received an invite through the email, please email me at my city address. And we'll be joined by Dave Bernier and Aaron Spahn, who are looking at building skate parks for our city. So we're going to get input from the community on their plans for skate parks. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I'm going to move my community meeting from this Thursday to Saturday the 26th, and it's just going to be an open forum.
Okay, Councilmember Grant.
Yes, I had a very well-attended and lively discussion online, my community meeting last Saturday. Thank you, everybody who came, and also got a couple of things. We discussed some of the goings on with the reimbursement program that we're going to be talking about a little later today. Just all in all, hoping everybody's being safe with the COVID-19 restrictions and just being safe out there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember MD.
If you go by on District 5 in Delpage Park, the Girl Scouts have painted a really nice mural on the wall. It's private property that they painted the mural on, but I think it was really nice, and we'll be considering giving them a commendation for beautifying the neighborhood. And I really like it when the community gets together and does something good for the community. And today was, of course, filled up with our future subjects, so that's kind of where my focus has been all day today. But that's it.
Yeah, Bill, I have one more announcement.
Sure, go ahead, Jim.
Just everyone remember that 9/21 we're going to start ticketing for street sweeping. So just make sure that you know where your car is and you know what day it is. That's been the hardest part with COVID. So just make sure next Monday we're starting ticketing. So just be very aware. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that reminder, John. We gave out warning tickets. We've been saying this for several weeks now. So the ticketing begins on Monday, unfortunately, but it's been since March. So then a couple of announcements I wanted to make. First, I want to thank our Redondo Beach Fire Department personnel have been called to the fires. We're very lucky to be living in Redondo Beach and not having to deal with the fires like many communities around California are. And it's you know, kudos to our fire department. You know, they're busy enough without all this, and they're now been called out to the fire. So I don't know if Chief Metzger's there wants to explain more in detail. I hadn't mentioned this to him. I was going to say this, but I did want to thank the RBFD personnel that are out on the fire lines. Who knows where? They're everywhere. So, and the other thing I wanted to say, a lot of people go obviously to the farmers market on Thursdays in Redondo Beach. And I'm very sorry to say the fish guy, everybody knew, Pete. I didn't even know his last name. Found out today, Pete Syracuso passed away suddenly. I believe it was this morning. He's been running the fish truck down there for over 35 years at our farmers market. So he was a great personality. He was a lot of fun. And he was always looking out for everybody, and a lot of people are going to miss him. So on Thursday, they're going to have flowers and wreaths and such where he would normally park his truck. So yeah, so those of you that see that and know him and know of that, that's the unfortunate news. So we'll try to adjourn in his honor at another meeting. So with that, we'll move on to approval of order of agenda. Is a motion to approve the order of agenda? Any changes people would like to make?
So moved.
Second. Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember Narenheim. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
He said aye, but he's muted.
Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, blue folder items. There's several items. Do you want to list them? I don't have the list.
Yes.
I apologize.
I have it. Okay, so we have J1, we have public comments, which is the public participation of non-agenda items. We have L1, which is our public hearing. We have public comments related to that. N1, which is the tri-annual citywide payment management, which we have a PowerPoint presentation. And 2, public comments and power presentation, which is the pallet shelter item. And then N4, we have, which is the template poll license agreement, which is PowerPoint presentation. And P1, which is the mayor's appointments, recommended appointments, and public comments. That's it.
Okay, is there a motion to admit those blue folder items to the record?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember MD, second by Councilmember Horvath. Is there any objection to admitting those to the record? Okay, so ordered. Consent calendar. Next up is our consent calendar. Tonight we have 19 items on consent calendar. Anyone can comment on any item, can pull any item, have a full discussion. We usually pass these at once, minus any items that are pulled. So I'll go through the council, see if anybody wants to pull any of the items. Councilmember Narenheim.
There was, and I'm trying to find the H item right now. I had it written down. Maybe it's not. Oh, H13. Pull H13. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Yes, I'd like to pull H7.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to pull item H18 related to voting, so the city clerk can explain to us where we'll be voting and what options we'll have. So other than items H7, H13, and H18, are there any comments, Vicki or Eleanor, on these items?
Yeah, so any attendees can raise their hand if they want to speak on any of the consent items. Also, because we don't have anybody that signed up for that, but Vicky, do we have any e-comments?
We have e-comments under H7, 2 of them listed.
Oh, okay, so that we'll have to wait.
Right.
We speak on that one. Okay, that's
I
it.
was seeing hands up on
Yep.
attendees, and there are no comments. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar other than items H7, H13, or H18.
Second, Masumo, second,
Who made the motion?
Christian.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath made the motion, second by Councilmember Narenheim. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Councilmember Gran,
Aye.
and Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so
Okay, so-
you can read some things there.
Yes, Mayor. So H6, adopt by title only resolution number CC-209-064, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the filing of a claim with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority for fiscal year 2020 through 2021. I have H16, adopt by 4/5 vote by title only resolution number CC-2009-065, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2020-2021 budget modification to appropriate $108,000 in State Office of Traffic Safety grant funds. H7 by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-209-066, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2020-2021 budget modification to appropriate $55,000 in State Office of Traffic Safety grant funds. And that is it, Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Eleanor. Item H7, Councilmember Grant.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to pull this one just to say personal thanks. This is with regards to the fortunate and unfortunate resignation of Jennifer Glad from our Planning Commission. Jennifer is just a terrific person. She is a lawyer. Her and her family are going to be moving to, I believe it is it Idaho or Montana? One of the others. Anyway, she's going to be moving and has put in her resignation. The Planning Commission, it's very important to have representatives from each one of the districts. She is the District 4 representative, and very sorry to see her go. She contributed a lot, and I'm saying a personal thank you to Jennifer for stepping up, being on the Planning Commission, and doing a terrific job. So I know there's a couple of comments from her colleagues on that commission, but just wanted to make sure that she heard it from me. Thank you very much for what you've done, and go on, be safe, and have a terrific life as you guys move to another state. So thank you.
Okay, great. Is there a motion?
Are we going to read them or not?
Oh, yeah, we have e-comments and.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Vicki.
Okay, Daniel Elder submitted a comment. Commissioner Glad's service on the Planning Commission and General Plan Advisory Committee, along with all her other community involvement, will be greatly missed. Her legal background on land use and ability to find pragmatic solutions was always invaluable, and she will be difficult to replace. I wish her and her family the best of luck in her future in their future endeavors, and thank her for all her service. Also submitted by Matthew Hensley. I wanted to thank Commissioner Glad for her work and dedication on the GPAC and the Planning Commission, giving her time and efforts serving the city. It was a pleasure to work with her on the Planning Commission, and her input and opinion were always valued and insightful. The city is unfortunately losing a resident who was involved and caring. That concludes the public comments on H7.
Yeah, good luck, Jennifer. Really sorry to lose you, but best of luck in your new ventures. Idaho or Montana are great places.
I'm sorry.
It's Montana. It's a state east of the I-5. I don't really know.
You need a passport to go?
Yeah, exactly.
They're letting us in? I don't even.
They don't let Californians in anymore.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll make a motion to unfortunately accept the resignation. So
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Grant, second by MD. Any objections? This we don't have much of a choice. Okay, so ordered. Next up is item H13, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, so I was made aware recently that this is for the King Harbor, the Harbor Commission, And one of the ways that we're appointing someone to the Harbor Commission is through the Harbor and Pier Lease Association. I was looking here, and there is a Redondo Beach King Harbor Pier Lease Association PAC, actually. And I wanted to make sure that we're not, that the Pier Association, maybe Stephen Proud is there or Eleanor is there, that we can verify that the Lessee Association down in the harbor is not running a PAC, and we are essentially choosing someone from a PAC. It's on the Secretary of State website, but it's not on the Redondo Beach website, and I looked for that earlier today.
You're talking about the Pier Association or the King Harbor Association?
It says Redondo Beach King Harbor and Pier Lessees Association.
Hmm.
Councilmember Nierenheim, this is Stephen Proud, Waterfront Economic Development Director. I am not aware, and this is the first time I've ever heard, that there is a PAC associated with any of the harbor, pier, or lessees. The King Harbor Association runs as a merchants association, as does the Pier Association. So, and it was the King Harbor Association that submitted the letter that you have regarding the harbor appointment for this term. So I'm not aware of any. So I can't offer much more insight than that right now.
And I haven't seen anything either. I mean, that was the first time I saw that name.
Okay.
PAC. So I would have to.
If they're not, yeah, that means they're not. If they're not on their website through your search, that means they're not registered in Redondo, even though they're currently active on the state of Secretary of State.
Right. If they're currently active, I haven't even checked the Secretary of State. I just saw the email that you got, and I have not verified. So, yeah, I don't know if they're a major donor. I can't really tell if it's a PAC.
They are a major donor.
Okay, so I don't know anything at this point regarding them. And I have not received any 410 or 460s, because sometimes what happens is people will PACs, they'll send it to the 410 to the Secretary of State, which is what they're supposed to do. And technically, we can get it within 6 months to a year before we get the actual 410. So that's why when someone signs up for one, we ask them to send us a copy, because we might not get it until a while from now.
What about if they were active, say, 3-4 years ago, and then they stopped being active before we got on the net file?
Okay, well, we have never received a 410. I've never seen that. I mean, I'd have to look, but I've never received anything related to a 410, because we still have the old. I mean, just like not on, right? Because before we, I think it was before 2019.
Okay.
So that's a good question. When they register, or let's just say when they start donating to campaigns, do they have to notify the city, or do they just notify the Secretary of State?
They have to send the 410 to the Secretary of State. Again, we won't know unless they provide us a courtesy copy. And then once we receive it, then we'll contact them to ask them. But technically, it's up to them to inform us so that we can give them the deadlines of the 460s.
Technically, it's up to them. What does that mean? If they don't inform you, then they're in violation of the FPPC rules?
Well, no. If they don't provide us the 410, we can't reach out to them. So they got to know the guidelines and, when to turn in a 460 to the city.
So if they spend money on a campaign and do not file with the city, is that legal?
Well, no. They have to file the 460. They could be late. They can get, a penalty.
So then it would be illegal to spend money on a local campaign, a certain amount anyway, without filing a 460 with the city.
Well, if the 410 has been approved, they've now got the stamp from the Secretary of State that they can go and receive donations. It's just that we don't get that information until someone lets us know.
Right. So what triggers any, this is what we're trying to figure out, Eleanor. This is what we're trying to figure out. Can an organization form, file a 410 with the state, you're never notified, and then go spend $10,000 on a campaign, not file a 460, and just keep on trucking? Is that legal?
Well, yeah, until someone tells. I mean, I don't know when I don't know anything.
Does it violate a statute in the FPPC guidelines?
Right.
It does or it does not?
Well, I can't make that determination.
So well.
Do they have to file a reporting with, can they file reporting with the state or versus then just with you?
No, they have to file it with, if they're doing, if they're getting donations related to a city campaign, they have to file it to us. Now, if they're doing stuff related to outside, they can give us a courtesy copy. So I don't know, what they're using it for.
I was talking about your first example. They spend it on a campaign within the city of Redondo Beach during an election cycle. Is it required by the Fair Political Practices Commission regulations to submit a form to the city of Redondo Beach because you have spent money during an election cycle on an issue related to the city of Redondo Beach?
They're supposed to, they need to do a 460 to the city of Redondo Beach. But
or they will be in violation of the FPPC guidelines.
Or they would be, violation, they would be penalized.
If somebody files a complaint.
Oh, I mean, if somebody, no, not complain. If someone knows,
Right, okay, all right. Yeah. Anyway, I don't understand the name of the PAC you were talking about. What was it called, Councilmember Nairn?
Redondo Beach, King Harbor, and Pier Lessees Association.
It's very close to the description.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very odd.
Well, I don't know. Somebody wants to amend this ordinance to say any non-PAC related, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, is Mike there, Mike Webb there?
Or is it okay to?
Or anyone else from the legal department there? Could we amend the current ordinance to, it would be considered a minor amendment to exclude a PAC?
You can amend it. It wouldn't be a minor amendment. You could reintroduce it for first reading, and then bring it back at your next meeting and have it take place 30 days thereafter. There may be a problem if you don't know what exact organization you're
excluding.
Yeah, exactly. Or authorizing to provide you, because with this ordinance, you're changing from the reading of it. It's a majority of the harbor lessees would approve it, which is not ever what the city's been doing. It took HAPLA recommendation, which the last time they did that didn't even comply with the minimum number. And so we had talked through a lot of different issues. You could have had the Waterfront and Economic Development Director contact the master lessees directly. You may recall that you settled on this language at 12:45 a.m. And despite Councilman Lowenstein's suggestion that it be continued, and so you may just want to continue this item to your next council meeting so that you can allow, I'll certainly look into it. Stephen Proud can look into it to make certain that in fact, and we could put specifically what organization you're allowing to give the suggested 5 names. I think Stephen had made some requests back when you first brought it up, Councilmember Narenheim, of the King Harbor Association to find out if their bylaw, this was the next iteration of the Harbor and Pier Lessees Association, that it had split into King Harbor Association and a Pier Association. I believe he had requested those documents. I hadn't heard when you made the motion to prepare this ordinance if he had heard from them, and I don't know if he's heard from them since. So I would suggest maybe just continue the item to your next meeting so we can be very sure what organization, and we can specify what organization you're authorizing to prepare that list.
Yeah, I think that sounds prudent.
Yeah. we don't want to be letting a PAC appoint somebody to the Harbor Commission.
Absolutely, absolutely not. And you see the language in there that you have the finding that's still from the current ordinance that, they are a representative group of the public as a whole. And if you have a PAC, that would be called into question. So why don't you just, continue this item to your next, to your first meeting in October. That'll give us time to talk with the clerk, talk with Mr. Proud, and determine what the actual status of the organization is and which one you want to, put in the ordinance.
Okay. So great. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I will make the motion to continue this item H13 until the October 1st council meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Other roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye. Oh, public comment.
Wait, did you mean October 1st or did you mean the first meeting in October?
The first meeting in October, which is October 6th. Sorry. Oh
Is
my
there any
God.
public comment on this?
I just refreshed my screen to double check. There's nothing under e-comments, sir.
Good call, Laura.
Thank you.
Yeah, and none on Zoom.
Okay, motion and a second. Do a roll call vote. Councilmember.
And I'm making sure, Eleanor, that it's perfectly clear in my motion that it's the first meeting of October, which is October 6th.
Correct.
On my birthday.
Oh,
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grant.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
And Nils, that was a good catch on the name. Good job. So I vote yes.
Thank you.
Okay, H18, I pulled really just as an informational item for Eleanor to be able to explain to everybody how our voting is going to be conducted, where you can vote, that sort of thing. So you want to give us a brief on that, Eleanor?
yeah, so, because of COVID, some things have sort of changed. Let's see. So all registered voters will be receiving a ballot by mail. However, there are three drop-off boxes that you can put your ballot in, which is at the Triangle in Riviera Village, also North Branch Library and the main library. We will also have vote centers, which is what we have today as the agreements related to the vote centers. Now, they're in different places compared to before because these are larger vote centers. We're going to have, there's going to be 5 in Redondo Beach. So right now, Riviera United Methodist Church will be open for 11 days. That includes elections. So before, and then last day will be the election day, which is November 3rd. And then South Bay Adult School will be another one that's for 5 days. And then we have ours that's Aviation and Perry Park, or Aviation Gym and Perry Park for 5 days. And then Portofino Hotel will be a 5-day, but that's still pending. So those are the items. So if you don't get a ballot, if you, for some reason, lost your ballot, can't find it, the vote centers is where you can go to vote. You can also turn in your ballot there too. My suggestion is to actually either put it in the mail early or go to these locations and drop off your ballot. And I think, the ballots will be mailed out. They'll be starting to mail out on October 5th. So the ballots aren't out yet. I know the boxes are out there. I don't know if you've seen it, some of the boxes, but October 5th is when the first group of ballots will be going out. And you can still register to vote. And that you can go to the Secretary of State or you can go to lavote.net. I think that's it unless anybody has any questions.
I got a couple of questions. Eleanor, on voting day, are there going to be other places open to turn in your ballot? Or to
Different cities, yes.
Are they going to be polling booths as well?
Well, that's the vote centers. So those are the vote centers. We have 5 in Redondo. They'll be all over LA County. You can go to any vote centers. So if you work somewhere else in LA County, you can go there and you can actually vote there, and it will bring up Redondo Beach's ballot.
Really? So if you work out in Montebello and you have your ballot and there's a vote center over there and you want to turn it in, you can walk into that vote center in another city in California, LA County?
LA County.
You can walk in and go, here's my ballot, I'm from Redondo Beach, and you could probably just put it in their box. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can put it in their box, yes.
Yeah.
And any ballots that are mailed has to be postmarked on election day or by election day.
Okay, yeah, that was my other question. So when the ballots go out October 5th, then, some people want to vote right away. And where can they take them that early? Tell me again.
October, okay, so all the vote by mail drop-off boxes will be open. They'll be all ready to go. So, and we'll put all this stuff on our website on the front page.
Okay. Got to be a ton of other questions. Let's say somebody's passed away and they still get a ballot, how can the public feel secure that no one can just pick up that ballot and go, oh, look at this, I get to vote twice and fill it out?
Okay, so for each vote by mail, you have to sign the ballot. So to count. So once it gets mailed, or once they go into a drop-off box, the county will verify the ballot signature.
They're going to verify every.
Absolutely.
They do that. They do that.
They do that
Single.
in our election also.
Well, our elections is different. Ballot measures or signatures, I can understand, are different. But we're talking about
Any vote by mail, any vote by mail that the county receives will verify the signature with the registration card that was submitted.
Now, if you stick your ballot in the, on your mailbox on election day, or you drive it over to drop it in a mailbox on election day, there's a chance that it will not be postmarked properly, correct?
Could be. I know. That's the
If you drop it off at Redondo Beach Post Office in the afternoon, they don't postmark it, right? That goes to another center where it actually goes.
LAX.
Yeah, so it may not be postmarked on that day, I assume. So people need to, if you're going to drop it in a mailbox or you need to do it the day before.
Well, if they're going to drop it at the mailbox, they should just go right to our drop-off location boxes.
Right.
Because that goes, the county will pick those up, by 8:00 on election day, but they'll be picking it up during the weeks.
Right.
So that's
So
my suggestion.
I guess my suggestion to everyone who wants to vote by mail, don't put it in the mail that election day, and don't expect it to be postmarked properly. You need to either take it to a vote center or mail it the day before, because otherwise it may not get counted. It probably will, but it may not. The post office always says they're extending it and this and that, but you just never know. To be on the safe side, it's best if you're going to mail it to do it the day before. I always voted absentee, and I would vote, hang on to my ballot, go put it in a voting center box the day of election.
Yep.
What if somebody does something like that and they change their mind? Can they call you and get a new ballot?
Nope.
So if you mark that ballot, that's it.
Yep.
Okay. No new ballots. What if it's damaged? You said if it's damaged.
So what happens is during the voting process, when the county opens it up, if there's a damaged ballot or, stained or whatever, they're going to duplicate it. They have a board there that reviews the ballots to make sure that they're able to be read into the computer. And so what they do is they duplicate it. They mark it so that they know which ballot it relates to. And there's more than two eyes watching it. So that's what they do on that.
So if you have a ballot and you got it in the mail and you mark it or anything and the dog gets it and chews it up, sorry, you're done. There'll be no new ballot. And you should have kept it.
Well, if the dog does that, you can go and get a new ballot.
Well, that was my question. So if the ballot is damaged, where do they get a new ballot?
They go to the vote centers.
Before election, obviously, or
right.
You could go on that day.
Yep.
And say, here's my damaged ballot. I need a new one.
Right. And then my suggestion also is if you can go to the vote centers, go the 5 days before or the one location for 11 days instead of waiting on election day. Because last time there was lines.
Right. Yeah, there'll be lines this time.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. I got one hand up here. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, quick questions. Eleanor, you mentioned 5 vote center locations, but I only heard you say 4. So Riviera United Methodist open for 11 days, and then South Bay Adult School, Aviation Gym, and the Portofino Hotel each open for 5 days. What was
Perry Park.
Perry Park. Okay.
Perry Park. Mm-hmm.
All right.
The
great.
teen center at Perry Park.
Okay, and that's also 5 days.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then to follow up on some of the questions that the mayor was just asking about, if you drop your ballot off in one of the ballot boxes, they're being collected on a daily or multiple times a week basis. Do you know what that
Correct. It just really depends, but it's
Okay.
2 days, 3 days.
And do you know, with some of the concerns over the fact that there's going to be so many VBMs coming in, are they verifying signatures as they go along, or do they wait to verify signatures and stuff until election day? So
No, what they do is they will verify signatures once they receive them. They have a machine there that verifies signatures. It's all electronic. It has the copies of the affidavits, and then the ones that don't look the same, they sort of kick it out, and then someone physically has to look at them. But they start from the day they start receiving ballots. And then those are the ones that normally get counted on election night, up to a certain point, probably 5 days before election. And then also the vote centers will get tallied. And then all those ones that come like the day in the, in the mail or the day of election day, those get reviewed after.
Right. Okay. So to reiterate, if you want your vote counted by election night, make sure you get it in early to a ballot box, which is a secure box. It'll be verified for its signature, and it will be counted on election night. Okay. Thank you.
And you can mail it. You can put it on your mailbox, but you should do it the day before the election, not the day of election, just to ensure it's counted. They may not postmark it. It's got to go down. I think it's got to go to the airport or something before it gets postmarked.
Yeah.
Motion to approve.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Nierenheim. Do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye. Public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment on this?
Vicki?
No, there is not under e-comment, sir.
And I don't see anybody here attendees. Nope. No,
Okay. Thank you. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, that concludes our consent calendar. Next up is public participation on non-agenda item. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. The section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. So do we have some comments for non-agenda items, Vicki?
Yes, we have one for Zoom. We're going to start with that first, and then we'll go to e-comments.
Go ahead.
Okay. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. Let's try this again. Go.
Can you hear me?
Shannon? Yes.
Yes, okay. Hi. Good evening, Mayor Brand, City Council, and staff. My name is Jim Hannon. I'm a board member of the South Bay Bicycling Coalition and a 39-year resident of the city, Redondo Beach. Because of COVID-19, I think we have all seen upticks in the number of bicyclists, pedestrians participating in outside activities, and at the same time, we see local bike shops completely sold out of bikes. Of course, I know recently the number of outside activity has been reduced because of the poor quality of air, and we recognize that. But what are the real numbers? Have they increased or decreased in the last year? In August, the Beach Cities Health District and the South Bay Bicycling Coalition performed our annual bicycle and pedestrian count. This year we had 26 volunteers that worked 2-hour shift, multiple days, and covered 15 different locations, all within the 3 beach cities. With a clipboard in hand and manually counting the number of bicyclists and pedestrians that passed their location. Unfortunately, the final count is still being manually calibrated in a spreadsheet and cannot be shared at this particular point, but I will get that for you next week and I'll send it to you via email. However, I am comfortable with sharing some preliminary data with you on some of the data, and I selected 2 locations, North Redondo and South Redondo, to share with you tonight. South Redondo is the famous Harbor Drive bike path at Yacht Club Way. Last year we counted 282 bikes per hour at that location. This year we counted 435 bikes per hour. That's a 33% increase. But the number of pedestrians, interesting enough, grew in 2019 to this year by 73%, and we had 122 pedestrians per hour in that same location. In North Redondo, at the bike path on Artesia, we counted last year 11 bicyclists per hour, 29 this year, which was a 170% increase. But the number of pedestrians went from 34 to 55%. Sorry, 55 number at 59%. However, these numbers did reflect the school closures due to the pandemic. And we suspect the numbers would have been much higher if the schools were open and the children were riding their bikes or walking to school. As of 2019, the city of Redondo Beach has completed dismal 1.8 miles of bikeways.
Is there a motion to extend?
Motion to extend for a minute, 2 minutes.
Any objection? Okay, take another 2 minutes.
Okay, it won't take me that long, but I appreciate the extension. Thank you. As of 2019, the city of Redondo Beach completed a dismal 1.8 miles of bikeways out of the 39 miles that they approved in 2011. The South Bay Bicycling Coalition is concerned with the lack of bikeways and how it will be impact the safety of the growing number of bicyclists on the road. I know that we all agree safety is paramount when it comes to pedestrians and bicyclists. And after 9 years, we are asking the city to make some real progress in implementing the bicycle master plan going forward. Thank you. Have a good evening. I appreciate the extra time.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. Hope your recovery is going well.
It is, Bill. Thank you.
Great. And thanks for staying on this. It takes activists like you. A lot of them on all our plates. Any other public comments?
Yeah, we have some e-comments.
Actually, there are none for an e-comment.
Oh, none. Okay, great.
Just refresh the screen, sorry.
Okay, so I guess that completes public participation on non-agenda items. So next up, we have a public hearing, an appeal of the Planning Commission, and we'll go through ex parte communications first. So this is a public hearing to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission approval of a conditional use permit, design review, and subdivision vesting draft map for a 36-unit project on property located within a low-density multiple family residential zone. Basically, this is on 190th Street in Fisk Lane. So with that, I'll ask Councilmember Nierenheim, do you have any ex parte communications to report?
I do. I talked to members of the public, including the developer, proponent project. I talked to 2 planning commissioners, Matthew Hensley and Rolf Stretzenberg, talked to some staff, and talked to Councilman Lowenstein as well as Mayor Brand.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, I talked to the developer, I talked to the appellant, I talked to staff, and I talked to Mayor Brand, and that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yes, I talked to the project, Mr. Bureau, and the owner of the property, residents. I attended all the community meetings, and I think I may have talked to Commissioner Elder after the Planning Commission meeting a while back. Other than that, I did not speak to the appellant because that would be a violation of the Brown Act.
And we spoke today.
And we spoke today. That's correct.
And I also spoke with Commissioner Stressenberg as well. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Grant.
Yes, I spoke with Mr. Bureau, and I have spoken with Councilwoman MD as well as the staff as well.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I spoke with Nick Bureau, Steve, staff, Councilman Gran, and and then I watched the Planning Commission meeting, which was torturous, but I watched it.
Okay. Glutton for punishment. So I spoke with Council members Lowenstein, Councilmember Nierenheim, Councilmember Horvath. And I think that's it. I don't think I spoke with anyone else. I did not speak with the appellant. Well, I guess Councilmember Nierenheim's the appellant, but I spoke with those three council members. I did not speak with staff about it, and no members of the public. So I believe that's it. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any objection? Okay, so ordered. Who's going to give the report on this? Is that you, Sean? Or?
I'll just go ahead and introduce Randy Forbes, Community Development Director. We have Sean Scully is going to give the presentation. He's our planning manager. And then we have Marianne Gastelum as well. She's our assistant planner, and she also worked on the project. But Sean is very familiar with it, and I'll turn it over to him to do the presentation.
Thank you very much, Brandy, Mayor, members of the City Council, Sean Scully, planning staff. So I'm going to queue up if you give me a second, I'll queue up the PowerPoint presentation and we'll begin. Okay, can you all see the screen there?
Yes.
Okay, so tonight's item, this is the appeal of the Foundry. This is located at roughly 190th Street and Fisk Lane, approximately 2.21 acres, less some road dedications. And it's a proposal for 36 two-story residential condominium homes. So specifically what's being appealed are the discretionary entitlements for the project, the conditional use permit, Planning Commission design review, and the vesting tentative track map. There was associated environmental documents, an initial environmental study, mitigated negative declaration with the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. They were approved and certified by the Planning Commission at their public hearing on June 18th. There was a notice of determination filed pursuant to CEQA guidelines on that, and then the 30-day statute of limitations on court challenges to the approval under CEQA has expired. Quickly, just some introductions. So tonight we have, city staff, Community Development Department, Planning Division. Brandy's here, myself will be presenting. We also have Marianne Gastelum, which Brandy had mentioned. Also from Public Works and Engineering Services Division staff, we have Gene Kim, the city traffic engineer. He was heavily involved with the development of the project and at the Planning Commission meetings. And then the applicants team, Nick Bureau, the applicant, Matt, forgive me, Fott, I think is the pronunciation. And then Luisa Faledo and Brandon Strauss. So real quick, kind of a summary of what we're going to go through tonight. A real brief Planning Commission recap, hopefully not as painful. Public outreach summary from the applicant as well as what the city had done. Public comments summary, project location, existing and surrounding development, and a brief project description with a summary of some of the key project elements. And then we'll go into the analysis of the cited appeal code sections, and then the analysis of all the zoning ordinance development requirements. Also, conclude with the analysis of the criteria in order to approve the conditional use permit, planning commission design review, and vesting tentative tract map. And then we have a little bit of kind of couple of procedural slides, and the two resolutions that we have before you tonight for consideration. So this is the slide on the recap. We had two public hearings before the Planning Commission. We did that for a couple of reasons. One, because of the pandemic, and we really wanted to make sure we had enough opportunity for the public to weigh in on the project. So we had two meetings, the first on June 18th. And on that meeting, we had to act on the environmental documents. There was a CEQA statute that required us to act within a certain time period of when we deemed the application complete. So we acted in that first meeting on June 18th and really went into the environmental document and all the mitigation measures that were done as part of the environmental study, and spent the majority of the meeting on that. Then the second Planning Commission public hearing, we really focused on the CUP, the Planning Commission design review, and the vesting tentative tract map. Ultimately, after the two hearings on July 16th, the Planning Commission approved the project by a vote of 5, 1, and 1. So the public outreach, the applicant and the city, the applicant had 3 community outreach meetings. The applicant's present tonight to go into any details on that. City staff did not attend those meetings. In the city, we did multiple noticings for the public hearings that we held, in addition to the environmental documents. We circulated to surrounding jurisdictions the environmental document, placed it on the city's website, advertised in the newspaper. Public hearing notices for both the hearings 14 days prior to both the June 18th and July 16th meeting. And then we also posted the site and then mailed to all the property owners within 300 feet of the subject property. So the public comments we received prior to the June 18th meeting with the Planning Commission, there were 2 emails and a letter with signatures from over 60 surrounding residents. The email and the letter generally cited concerns with the number of units and particularly with the access. The sentiment in the correspondence was they wanted access directly on from the project site onto 190th Street. And both emails, however, was, even though they appeared to oppose the project, they noted their support of the removal of the industrial and commercial use in favor of a residential use. The second email was from a housing advocate organization, and they generally supported the project. Then prior to the July 16th Planning Commission meeting, an email was submitted by Mr. Warren Chun, and Mr. Chun had organized, written the letter that went with the petition and the 60 signatures, and he has expressed in his email that him and the neighbors now supported the project as it was presented to the Planning Commission and approved by the Planning Commission at their July 16th meeting. So we'll quickly run through, get familiar with the site. I'm sure you all are, but we'll just run through a few slides. This is an aerial photo of the site. Spreckles on the top, Fisk Lane, and 190th on the south. This is the zoning of the property. It's R3 zoned, both on the east and west side of Fisk Lane. Then R1 surrounding the property, basically to the north of the project. The existing development of the site, there are 6 parcels that make up the site. It's approximately 2.21 acres after road dedications required by the project. The current use is industrial, commercial, and retail uses since about the 50s. The zone changed from commercial to the existing R3 zoning designation in 1996. It was part of the general plan update from 92. There were approximately 23 non-conforming structures on site. The Outcast Foundry, industrial buildings and uses for, it's an operation of a foundry. There's containers and outside storage of material all over the site. And then commercial buildings on the northwest corner and commercial retail uses at front 190th, essentially on the corner. And then on the northeast corner, it was an old vehicle gas station and dairy mart, and it's going to become a storage lot. So here's some photos. This is the foundry from 190th. And this is looking northwest at the industrial site up Fisk Lane. This is kind of looking down Fisk Lane at the property on the right. And this is up from at Spreckles, looking at the property from Spreckles. Here's the commercial at the corner. And here's the vacant site on the northeast corner of Fisk and 190th, abandoned. So this is just another side showing the surrounding zoning of the property. Single family to the north and surrounding, and then it's multi-family fronting 190th Street going east and west. This is some pictures of the surrounding development. This is the apartments across the street on Fisk, 2- and 3-story, 107-unit apartment. These are the single-family residents immediately adjacent to on the west side of Fisk Lane, just north of the project. These are the units, the R3 units, condominiums that are just west of the site, fronting Spreckles. And then this is a perspective looking east on Spreckles towards the site. This is the adjacent property to the west, the 20 unit condominium development on 190th Street, 10 detached, 2-unit buildings. They're plus or minus 2,000 square feet per unit. And then this is the Foundry project description. The project would include demolition of all the existing non-conforming Foundry industrial buildings and commercial buildings, construction of 36 2-story condominium homes. Design is contemporary, modern style, varying colors and stucco and trim, along with metal canopies and awnings. West of Fisk Lane, there are 30 units, 6 3-unit buildings and 6 2-unit buildings. 6 of those units will access Spreckles Lane, and then the remaining 24 take access directly on Fisk Lane. East of Fisk Lane, 6 residences on that northeast corner, and there are 2 3-unit buildings. And there's just a rundown of the sizes of the units. There are 14 4-bedroom units, 14 4-bedroom units, a little over 2,000 square feet, 8 3-bedroom, again, a little over 2,000 square feet. Then there are 2 residences, 2-bedroom homes, 1,800, and 12 residents, 2-bedroom homes, 1,800. And the vehicular circulation are 3 20-foot wide driveways, 2 off of Fisk and 1 off of Spreckles. This is our site plan. Here's Spreckles and 190th at the bottom, and then Fisk running in the middle with the units. This is the portion of the lot that is south of the Spreckles access lot. These units down here, and these all take access off Fisk. And then same with these 6 units, all take access off Fisk. Some of the elevations, this is the 2-unit project or design. And this is the 3-unit elevation. There's a lot of varying planes, vertical and horizontal, to really create some interest in the architecture. This is the landscaping plan. It's conceptual. It'll have to comply with the state water conservation requirements and our new landscaping ordinance. And then just run down a summary of some of the key project elements. So we've got number 1, the non-conforming uses. Existing non-conforming and incompatible industrial site will be replaced with residential land use. Hazardous materials cleanup. Existing site contains numerous hazardous materials. All the on-site hazardous materials will have to be removed from the site. The density, allowable number of residential units per the property zoning density is actually 38 units, and 36 units are being proposed. Guest parking, proposed requirement requires by ordinance 12 guest parking spaces, and then the proposed site is designed with 15 guest parking spaces. Street right-of-way, there'll be some additional street right-of-way dedications along Spreckles Lane as well as the east side of Fisk Lane, and then potentially additional dedications to ensure we have a 100-foot right-of-way along 190th Street. Also, street frontage and parkway improvements. So the proposed conditions require all the street frontages, which currently don't have parkways over the majority of the area, or if they do, they don't have landscaping. They'll all be required. There'll be new curb, gutters, sidewalks, and parkways with street trees to match the surrounding neighborhood. The outdoor living space requirement, the project is designed to provide an average that's actually over twice as what is required by the municipal code. 350 square feet per unit is required, and approximately 748 square feet with the bonuses are being proposed. And in addition to that, for each unit, the 748 average, the site also includes 2 on-site common open space areas. Additionally, the project will be required to pay the city's Quimby fees, which will provide $900,000 to the city's subdivision park trust fund. Regarding traffic and level of service improvements, as conditioned, there'll be some intersection turn movement restrictions on Fermona Avenue and Fisk Lane with 190th Street, which will improve the level of service during peak hours at those locations. Those should be different numbers, but these are the 3 remaining key project elements. Additional street parking. So as designed, there's much less driveway connections to the adjacent roadway, so we'll gain more linear feet on all the street frontages for potential street parking. And storm drain and water quality improvements. Subject property, existing storm drain system is largely surface flow and untreated. So as conditioned, the storm drain and treatment system will be required to comply with the city's stormwater management requirements. And then, of course, there'll be landscaping improvements, significant on-site, where there's really no existing landscaping. There'll be a lot of landscaping on-site, as well as in all the street frontages surrounding the project. So now we'll move into the analysis, and we'll start with the cited appeal code sections. And the appeal cited the R3 development standards, section 10-2.514, and then the appeals sections for subdivisions, conditional use permits, planning commission design review, and actually these are the appeal sections here, the G sections. These are just the CUP sections and the planning commission design review sections. And then these ones that I've highlighted, they're not applicable to the project. They were cited, however, the project doesn't propose any zoning amendments, so they're not applicable. Project doesn't propose any general plan and specific plan amendments. Same with variances and plan development review. So we don't analyze those in the report or in this presentation. So these are the sections. Let's see, appeals for the Planning Commission and for the CUP and for the subdivisions. So just what we wanted to highlight, these are the procedures outlined in the provisions of the municipal code. And we just wanted to highlight here that the mayor or any member of the council can appeal and is not required to disqualify him or herself if they certify in writing that the appeal is requested as a result of public interest and he or she has no predisposition against or in favor of the project. And Councilmember Nierenheim is the appellant and included the required statements and language on the appeal application and therefore is not required to disqualify himself from the hearing of the appeal. So the analysis of the zoning ordinance development requirements. So, you know, as you have in your report, there's, you know, a rather lengthy analysis. It just breaks down every applicable zoning development standard and zoning requirement and how the project complies, or in staff's opinion, complies with those development requirements. So the very first one is lot area per dwelling unit. And as you can see here, this table, it's lifted right out of your report. It demonstrates that for each lot, there's a certain amount of units that can be developed, and the total number of dwelling units allowed on the subject property per the allowable density would be 38, and the total number of units proposed are 36, so it complies. The permitted lot combinations, this code provision has specific requirements in order for the city to allow the combination of two or more lots. So we broke this down and on these next couple of slides. So there's three criteria, 1A, 1B, and 1C. And I've highlighted these two. They don't apply to the project, so we don't, you know, it doesn't qualify under these criteria here. There's no project, no lot less than 5,000 square feet, and all the lots have access to a public street. So it's one or more of the lots is subject to other unique circumstances such as unusual lot size, shape, or topography, and the combining of the lots will help achieve an improved development more consistent with the character of development in the neighborhood. So this next slide goes into that analysis. So in this case, the other unique circumstance is the topography on the large lot that runs between Spreckles and 190th Street, which has a significant and abrupt 10-foot change in elevation up near Spreckles. So due to this topography change or this topographic issue, access to this larger lot would be required at both 190th Street for the lower elevated portion of the lot and Spreckles up on the upper level of the lot, which then creates the traffic conflicts and safety concerns at the 190th Street driveway. So then by combining the four lots fronting Fisk Lane with the one lot fronting 190th and Spreckles, the larger combined site can be designed with a single access drive from the adjacent local roadway, which is Fisk Lane, rather than the multiple access points from both Fisk Lane and particularly 190th Street if the lots are not combined. The resulting improved development is supported by improved traffic safety and additional street parking. And also just as a side note, even though we combined the lots, we were very mindful of the scale of the development and the site planning of the development. So the four lots or the four units that front Fisk Lane essentially mimic the four residential single-family residences that are to the north. So we really integrated the design with the adjacent single-family residential neighborhood. So moving on to the building height, no building or structure shall exceed a height of 30 feet. So this is an exhibit that demonstrates that. That dash line is the 30-foot height limit. We do projections above 30 feet are permitted to a maximum of 4 feet for screening of mechanical equipment in case it's the screening of the solar panels on the top of the roof. So we comply with the height regulations. Moving to the stories regulation, no building shall exceed 2 stories, and this is the mezzanine which sits inside of the second floor. So as long as the mezzanine is essentially defined as a space within that second floor above and open to a single room below. So if you have your mezzanine floor space above a single room and then it's open to that single room, it qualifies as a mezzanine, and that's the case in this development. So we only have 2 stories. We comply with that development regulation. The setbacks, the front setback, we have all the setback criteria laid out here. I can go through that. This is the front setback. We had specific exhibits in the plan set that demonstrate they meet the averaging requirements, and these exhibits on this slide demonstrate that. For Spreckles, for 190th, and for Fisk Lane. Side setback, that's determined by the width of the lot, and with this kind of L-shaped lot, we had a varying width. So the northern portion of the combined parcel west of Fisk, it's required to have a 7-foot setback, and the southern portion, the wider portion, is required to have a 9-foot setback. The Fisk Lane, the property on the east side of Fisk Lane, is required to have a 7-foot setback. And as demonstrated on the site plan, all the side setbacks range between 9 feet and 10.7 feet, which complies. Rear setback, same thing. The plans had a averaging detail that demonstrates that they meet the required average 15-foot setback, and at no point do they exceed the 10-foot minimum. Moving on to the outdoor living space, condominiums are required to have 350 square feet. As we discussed previously, the project actually provides, with the bonuses, 748 square feet. We had the applicant provide in the plan set a detailed breakdown of every unit's outdoor living space. Let's see, these are the general regulations, and I won't go through all of them. I'll just go through these slides. There's multiple general regulations in our municipal code: setbacks between dwelling units on the same lot, establishing the finished grade in residential zones, roof decks and mezzanine limitations. Those are limited to 500 square feet, and the project proposes 489, between 489 and 499. The outdoor living space requirement, which we already went through. I'm sorry, that's kind of redundant there, but yeah, we've got that. Then there's private storage space requirements. Those are all demonstrated in the attached report and on the plans as complied with. The building and other projections in all zones. There are certain encroachments allowed between buildings, and so the balconies encroach 5 feet into that 20-foot separation requirement between buildings, as well as there's multiple architectural features that can encroach into setbacks by up to 30 inches, and so we've made sure that the project complies with all those limitations in all zones. And the project, there's a fencing and wall plan included in the plan set that demonstrates compliance with all the height limits and the visibility requirements at the corner of Fisk Lane and 190th. and the privacy fence requirements. This is the last few general regulations regarding screening of mechanical equipment, and that's what we went over on the tops of the structure, screening the solar panels. And then also the requirements for solid waste enclosures. And solid waste enclosure, there's been 4 designed and sited strategically in the project area, and they're sized to accommodate waste and recycling. So that's all the general development. And then moving into the residential parking standards, there's only this and landscaping, and that's it. We kind of went through it already. There's every unit contains a garage, 2-car garage, so that that meets their primary parking requirement. And then there's a guest parking requirement of 1 space for every 3 dwellings. They're required to have 12, and they provide 15 on site. So they exceed that requirement by 3 guest parking. And then lastly, on the zoning ordinance development requirements, we have the landscaping requirements, and it has to meet our requirements. All the setbacks have to be the municipal code requirements for Redondo. All setbacks have to be landscaped. This is just an illustration demonstrating landscaping on the Spreckles setback. And then it also has to meet the state model water efficient landscape ordinance, which it is required to do when we go through the plan check process. And then, okay, so that's all our zoning ordinance requirements. And now we're looking at the criteria for approving the CUP, Planning Commission design review, and the vesting tentative track map. We've listed, these are all detailed in the attached resolutions, the resolution that's denying the appeal and approving the project. They're also detailed in your administrative report as well. There are 4 conditional use permit criteria, and they're listed here as well as a compliance statement. And same thing, this is 3 and 4 for the CUP. We'll have these if you have any specific questions on any of these findings. And then for the Planning Commission design review, these are more design, aesthetically minded criteria. And there are 6 of those, and they're itemized again in the resolution as well as in the administrative report. And I've got them here in the presentation if we need to go through those. Number 1, user impact and needs. Number 2, relationship to the physical features of the lot. Consistency. Number 3, consistency of architectural style. Number 4, balance and integration with the neighborhood. 5, building design. 6, signs. There's actually 8, I think, which is not applicable, of course. And then 7, consistency with the residential design guidelines. And 8, conditions of approval. For the vesting tentative track map, there's a consistency requirement. Essentially, the map is required to be consistent with the general plan and applicable zoning ordinance provisions. So we cite that in detail in the resolution of approval of the project, as well as in the administrative report. So a couple of these procedural slides to end staff's presentation. So in city staff's opinion, the project complies with applicable city policies and required Redondo Beach Municipal Code provisions. However, ultimately, it's the city council that makes a decision regarding project compliance. So therefore, we've attached to this, to the administrative report for your consideration, there's 2 resolutions, a resolution denying the appeal and approving the project with conditions, and a resolution approving the appeal and denying the project. Also want to make note, this is a de novo public hearing. The city council will be deciding upon the merits of the appeal and the project without reference or reliance upon any conclusions or assumptions by the Planning Commission. So this is essentially our the recommendation slide, if you will. Open the public hearing, which you have, take public testimony, close the hearing, and then adopt either of the two resolutions that were attached to your administrative report. And just a special note on the administration, on the resolution approving the appeal and denying the project. If the city council wishes to go down that path, approve the appeal and deny the project, a resolution of the project denial is attached. However, it's essentially teed up, has all the various findings, but it will be relying upon the council during deliberations to provide specifics on those findings for denial of the project. So that concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for questions.
Okay. Are there any other presentations from either the applicant or the appellant?
I'll go ahead and say just a few words. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Nick Bureau. I am the applicant for the project. I want to take a moment to thank staff for that presentation and for all the previous presentations at Planning Commission, as well as all the work from planning staff and Public Works since the beginning of this project in January of 2019. We started in January of 2019, had a pre-application in May of 2019, and reached a staff review completion by December of 2019. Throughout that process, I had 3 community outreach meetings, all held at the Redondo Beach Library. They were well attended and got folks from the neighborhood to come share their thoughts, give me ideas, and through that process, we were able to put together the project that is before you. So before you have 36 units, it's the work of our entire design team, work from staff, as well as feedback from the neighborhood. I'm here for questions, and I urge your approval of the project. Thank you.
Great.
Mayor, if I could, hi Mayor, if I could interject for a second, just on a housekeeping matter, according to your rules of conduct, I believe there was a motion to open the public hearing, but then there also should be a motion to receive and file the affidavit of publication, any case files, and any written correspondence, which I believe in this case is the staff report and the PowerPoint presentation. In addition, according to your rules, the proponent would go first, and then any persons in favor of granting the proponent's request, and then any persons opposed, and then any, people who wanted to talk about that, and then the proponent could answer any of the opponents. And then it would go to City Council questions, a motion to close the public hearing, and then the City Council would discuss and debate and make a motion after that.
Okay, thank you for that, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. Is that based on past practice? We haven't codified all this, have we? Is it basically based on past practice?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's in your rules of conduct for council meetings, which was adopted and amended at least 4 or 5 times. It was first adopted in 1977. And I can email it to all the council members right now if you need a copy of it. But it's under the section, I believe it's under the second section on quasi-judicial public hearings regarding land use applications or appeals, licenses, and permits.
Okay.
So you can, so it used to be in every hardbound copy of the agenda. We've modified it in the past, or I suggested you modified it, and you did, when we had an actual appellant. You had 2 sides, and so I felt strongly, even though the proponent has the burden, it was essential to have equal time for both private appellant as well as a proponent. In this case, since The appellant is Councilman Nierenheim, who is correctly stated that he's doing it as a matter of public interest and doesn't have a predisposition for or against the project. There isn't really a reason to modify your rules other than I don't know if the comments or the people who are lined up to comment, I guess, judging from Eleanor's face, I'm assuming that they haven't indicated whether they're speaking for or against. So you may want to have a motion just to waive the rules as to that.
Because we can't see, based on where we filled out cards, you say for or against.
Right, and you
really
can have people raise their hands, hey, this is the time for people to come up for, this is time for people to come up against, and it mostly worked, but some people would do it out of order. It would probably be a nightmare for the city clerk, so you could just have a council motion. We'll take all public comments in the order in which they were received, and then, but the essential thing is to make the motion that Cheryl said, to receive and file the application, publication, case file, and any written correspondence. So you're making that part of the record.
Can we do that right now?
Yeah, I think that would be good. So you don't forget later when you make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, so I'll ask for a motion to do exactly that, and later also, right after that, motion to waive the, I don't even know what to call it, the separation of support and opposition to the project based on our inability at this point right now anyway to determine that, so that we'll just kind of open it to public comment in whatever order people speak. So is there a motion to receive and file?
I'll make a motion to receive and file the staff report, applicant paperwork, and any other pertinent information that the staff has provided for tonight's public hearing on this project.
So I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, second by Councilmember Grand. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye. Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so we receive and file, and then I'll entertain a motion to waive our normal rules of allowing proponents first and opponents second to speak, based on the idea that we can't, or the fact that we can't separate the two at this particular point in time.
I'll make a motion to waive our normal rules regarding the order and instead to just take public comment after the applicant has done their presentation.
I think they just did. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Barrow, to the project proponent, did you have any more comments you wanted to make, or was that your presentation?
That was my presentation. And
Okay. Is there any established opposition at this point that would like to speak? Okay, hearing none. With that, I have a couple questions, and then I guess we'll turn it over to council questions. I want to make sure I get this process correct, and then we'll turn it over to public comment, and then we'll close the public hearing and decide what to do. Is that correct, Cheryl or Mike?
Yes, your name. Yes, that is correct. Mayor.
I get a couple questions. There's a significant amount of Quimby fees are going to be paid. When are those actually paid? Is it when they get certificate occupancy, when the permits are approved? When is it actually required to be paid?
I believe that they pay that at the time that they get their building permit.
When they get their permits.
Mm-hmm.
So, which I guess maybe goes to my question for the proponent, Mr. Barrow. Do you plan to build this project, or do you plan to sell it after you get the entitlements? A lot of people don't understand that often investors come and buy property, get entitlements, and then they sell it, and it takes longer to build it and get permits. Do you, I'm trying to get a handle on when the permits would be issued.
Mayor Brand, at this point, we're going to contemplate selling the property to a builder, but we also have the option to having a builder build a project for us. But right now, we're contemplating bringing a builder on board to take it to the next step. So they would
based on that, Brandy, we wouldn't, it could be a while before permits are issued.
Yeah, there's I believe the vesting tentative track map has a time frame on it. I want to say it's 36 months that they would have to go through that plan check and acquire their building permit in that time frame.
Okay.
Whomever it is that's going to be doing that development.
Okay. Yeah, this is always a good time to talk about quasi-judicial hearings, just real briefly so everybody understands. This isn't a legislative hearing about what laws we're going to pass or what zoning we're going to do. We're analyzing a project that, according to our staff, is within our zoning standards. And so it's up to the council or the planning commission, who's ever hearing this, to weigh it based on whether they comply with those regulations. And, planning commissioners, city council, mayor, they all have the discretion not to agree and say that, no, we don't think it is. And then they can vote no and say why. Leading up to the hearing, though, you're not supposed to form any hard and fast opinions before the hearing. You're to remain open-minded until the public hearing is closed. Otherwise, you should recuse yourself. So I assume everybody remains open-minded and is in that position. And if anyone feels like they've already made up their mind about this project, then they should probably recuse themselves. Also, Councilmember Horvath, if I didn't understand his comment earlier, he said that it wasn't allowed. Maybe I didn't understand your comment to talk to the opponent leading up to the hearing. I don't know, but I don't know if that's what you said, but let me ask our city attorney, either Cheryl or Mike. Anyone hearing a project is allowed to talk to any member of the public, but they're only allowed to talk to, in our case, one other council member or the mayor, but not a quorum. A quorum cannot have discussions outside of a public hearing. But I assume that any council member or any planning commissioner is certainly open to talk to whoever outside of their governing body and they'd like to, or at least listen to them. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. The key here, as you mentioned, is that you have an open mind. You're not biased against or for the project. And so you can talk to whoever you like in the public, as long as you do not have a serial meeting.
Right. And so an unknowing member of the public could actually violate the Brown Act by talking to various council members and telling them what each other said. And then that kind of constitutes a meeting outside of a regular agendized meeting. And that becomes a violation of the Brown Act. So it's always important. I try to remind everybody, never tell a council member what another council member said or what a commissioner said. You can talk all day you want to that person and ask questions and whatnot. No one's prohibited from talking to anyone unless you're on the board and you can't talk about the project. Well, in the council's case, we have 5 members, so you could talk to one other council member, and that's it. Once the council member talks to another council member, they can't go talking to other council members. And if someone outside can't relay what other council members have said to other council members, then that becomes what City Attorney Cheryl Park just said, becomes a serial violation, just so everybody understands. I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but it's not a dead horse. It's actually alive and well. And there's often lawsuits. There's numerous lawsuits over this. It's why I recused myself from the Center Cal project, because I'd already made up my mind. I did not sit in the hearing. I didn't vote for or against. I'd already made up my mind, so I recused myself from that project. So it's a good example of, if you feel like you've already made up your mind, you should go ahead and recuse yourself, and then you're fine. But there's been a lot of litigation and a lot of projects overturned and a lot of decisions overturned based on those sorts of missteps by elected officials. So,
and just to add, it's a matter of when it's a quasi-judicial hearing. That's totally separate. If you're, voting on a lease or voting on the law, it's when you're sitting in your quasi-judicial role.
Yeah, that's a great distinction. I can talk to anybody all day long about zoning, you know, about what I think the zoning ought to be. And, you know, that's a legislative process. And, you know, it's why we have government and why we, talk about all these things and set laws. But the law's already set here. We're just kind of making a judgment on what the law already is and whether it complies with it or not. So doesn't mean you got to vote no or vote yes. This is where your discretion comes in. But if it was a, you know, I guess I could use zoning as an example or some other legislative process, you can, you can talk to who you want to talk to. So, and actually there's a lot of you know, I always get that question about the Brown Act. Well, can I talk to this person? Well, you can talk to pretty much anybody. It's just, you know, you can't relay information. That's where you got to be careful. So relaying information, but don't let anybody think, I don't want anybody to think they can't talk to somebody. I hear that a lot. Well, I can't talk to them. Well, you can. Just have to be careful. Making decisions before the hearing. Let's say that. Anyway, that was kind of all the questions I had for now. Let me see whose hands are up. I guess we'll go to the council first. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so my questions are for Councilmember Nierenheim to start because, as I said, I did not reach out to him since he was the appellant.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Christian, just for 1 second. Yeah. Would it have been okay for Councilmember Horvath to talk to Councilmember Nierenheim if he had not talked to anyone else, and likewise with Councilmember Nierenheim?
Yes, he could have talked to him.
Yeah, unless he had already spoken to another council member or Councilmember Nierenheim had already spoken to another. So I don't think there's any significance that he was the appellant, just that they have to be sure and adhere to the Brown Act in terms of not speaking. Anyway, sorry, Christian.
Just playing it safe. So, you know, we've gone through this process multiple times. You know, that when the mayor back then as a council member appealed One South project, he did it on behalf of a Torrance resident, you know, Mr. Zealous. There was some outcry around that project. And so he appealed it on behalf of that individual. So my questions would be, one, you know, after reading the staff report here and then looking at the appeal, says the criteria set forth in the sections quoted above are not satisfied, including but not limited to setbacks, height, outdoor living space, landscape, zoning ordinance, and policies, architectural style. So I don't know if Mr. Nierenheim wanted to speak directly to his points of appealing on those, if he wanted to address who he was appealing it on behalf of, and then if he wanted to address all the additional stuff that he had entered into it that staff in their presentation showed were not necessarily appealable items. So I just figured, you know, we should give him the opportunity to speak to this.
Any comments, Councilmember Nierenheim, or not right now?
The project was appealed due to significant public interest, and that's it.
So I guess my question would be, what was the significant public interest? Because we've all participated in a variety of things that had what I would define significant public interest. And in this case, I attended a whole host of community meetings. I had a community meeting and discussions at my own community meeting, but I would not quantify anything that came as a result of any of those meetings as being significant interest or significant concern or some of the things that we have seen on other projects, One South, Legato, the waterfront project. So I guess I'm just wondering what that significant concern was, because as the representative for the residents in the district, I just haven't, it hasn't come my way.
Well, housing is a matter of statewide concern, number one. Number two is your ability to judge a project, for instance, an EIR. The waterfront EIR had a lawsuit against it, and the city has lost that. So I'm not sure what review you're putting to, but it's just a matter of statewide concern, housing, and there's a significant amount of public interest on this project.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands up, but I had another question. However, this is somewhat of a large project, and I brought this up a couple of years ago, I think, and I know Councilmember Horvath made a motion going on a year ago. about having staff come back to us with an inclusionary zoning for affordable housing. And that's something that's sorely lacking in Redondo Beach. And so I wanted to ask, I guess, Joe or Brandy, when are we going to have that discussion? Because these projects are falling and we don't have any inclusionary zoning for affordable housing.
Right, that was definitely something that the city council did put on the strategic plan. And once that was on that strategic plan, that this was something that you're interested in pursuing, knowing that we wanted to make sure that it, we had a consultant on board that understands housing and inclusionary zoning. We have a grant award that we received from the state that's part of our, it includes our housing element update, as well as the review or the creation of that inclusionary zoning ordinance. So we're right now getting the proposal from our affordable housing or housing advisor so that we can move forward with that. We got the grant award actually while we're in the pandemic, and the grant agreement was completed and executed in June. So we're going through that process of getting that going. So you're going to be seeing that in the next, few months, that we're going to have that coming back, because that is something that we're aware that that's council's interest, and we also want to make sure that we're addressing it in the best way possible in conjunction with our housing element update.
I mean, I appreciate that. It's just taking too long. I'll read. I pulled up the City of Santa Monica City Charter, because Santa Monica has a 30% affordable housing inclusionary zoning for affordable housing. I'll just read the first sentence. It says, the city council by ordinance shall at all times require that not less than 30% of all multifamily residential housing newly constructed in the city on an annual basis is permanently affordable to and occupied by low and moderate income households. So, and then just has a couple more sentences. It's quite clear. So I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, but it just doesn't seem to me that it requires that much study for us to be able to do this. And it's just taking a long time. I've been talking about it for 2 years. Councilmember Horvath going on a year, made the motion. And it's just, and now these projects are dropping, and we don't have, the shortage we have in Redondo Beach is low income housing or middle income housing. And they're specific in this language later on about how it's defined, so that, half of the affordable housing has to be low income housing, for example, which means it can't exceed 60% of the average household income of a resident in the county of Los Angeles. So I really would like to hear more. Why does it take months? Why does it take years? It sure seems like this should have come back to us already, at least for further discussion about where it's at, and because here's a big project and it has no affordable housing in it. So I don't know what you're going to come back. I mean, I don't know how to give this more a sense of urgency. It's urgent.
It's probably not within this quasi-judicial hearing, but it would be perhaps at the end of the meeting on referrals to staff.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Lonesy.
Yeah, I will just piggyback on that real quickly. That in the almost 4 years I've been on the council, the only project I can remember that has affordable housing component to it was the Galleria. I can't recall anything else beyond that. And all these.
I had 1 unit because of the
right near Esplanade. But all these housing bills keep coming back to us, and people are building more, and yet the housing prices keep going up and not being affordable to the average family. So my question though relates to the zoning, and in particular the lot combinations. Brandy, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Sean, we talked about this. Do you guys know the history behind why that was added to the ordinance? And maybe if you don't, maybe Mike does, in terms of, I think it was in the mid-90s, I want to say, why it was done, and how, again, if you could pull up the map that shows the lots, that would be interesting as well, too. So could you comment on that? Because I think that's important.
Right, I don't have that history specifically of why that was added, but certainly around, that same time frame, there were, I'm sure, a lot of lot consolidations, was going on nationwide where people would consolidate lots, build, the catchphrase of McMansions, things like that on lots. So I can't say that that's exactly the intent when this was adopted, but that is, certainly those are concerns that come into play when it comes to lot consolidations and lot combinations. For the code section 10-2.514 under permitted lot combinations, there are 3 different possible requirements that could be satisfied. It doesn't require all 3, it requires one of them in order to allow 2 or more lots to be combined. And the first 2 are not, I believe in Sean's presentation, he had highlighted that those were not pertaining to this. One was, there's a lot that's less than 5,000 square feet. That's not the case here. Or is there 1 or more lots that doesn't have legal access to a public street or alley? And all of them have that access. And Sean, if you can pull up the lots, we can show kind of what the layout of the existing lots are, and then as well where that issue is. So it's the 3rd criteria is 1 or more of the lots is subject to other unique circumstances such as unusual lot size, shape, or topography, and the combining of the lots will help achieve and improve development more consistent with the character of development in the neighborhood. So looking at...
Get to the map here.
We'll get to the map that shows where the lots are.
Okay.
There we are. So this is a little hard, obviously not easy to read, but Sean, can you show where the biggest parcel is? And that's the one that's the lot that has the unique circumstances. So that, where it says parcel, I think 6A and 6B, that's actually one big lot.
Yes.
And there is a major topographical drop off from the where it says parcel 6A and parcel 6B of about 10 feet. And so what happens is for the portion that's off of Spreckles Lane, there, I believe, were proposed 6 units that would access off of Spreckles, and then another 16 units that would only have access off of 190th. And the issue with the access off of 190th is because of the that would be the only way that those 16 units could have street access. At 190th, and this was a lot of testimony at the Planning Commission, was regarding the safety of traffic circulation. So what happens is anybody turning from Fisk Lane onto 190th, they're looking left to see when they can turn. And we have Jean Kim available if you want a little bit more detail. I'm going to give the lay person's understanding of what that traffic concern was. So when somebody's turning from Fisk Lane onto 190th, they're looking left to find where there's a clearance to turn right. By the time they turn right and they're starting to accelerate, there's such a short distance to where an access point would be at that particular lot that anybody who might be pulling out to turn left or even pulling out could be T-boned, and technical term, but they could have, it could cause accidents. And it was a real concern both with the consultant from the environmental consultant that did the CEQA review, as well as our traffic engineer. And like I said, there was a lot of testimony on that. So the concern is that as the lots are now, because of that topographic difference, we couldn't have all of that site access Spreckles to reduce that traffic conflict and that safety issue because of that topographic issue. So without the consolidation, that portion of the lot would have to have those conflicts at the 190th. I know one of the topics that we discussed, Councilman, was the pretty adjacent to it is being developed, and did that not have that same conflict? Well, it didn't, because it was further along. So by the time you've made that turn, and you'll be able to have that line of sight for anybody pulling out of that additional development. It was just that proximity of this particular site to Fisk Lane that it's the unique circumstance of this particular lot. And without that topographic issue, that lot could access Spreckles. But with that 10-foot drop off right now, I believe it's got a retaining wall there. Without that, they would be able to access Spreckles, but because of that topographic issue, they would have to access 190th. So that was the unique circumstances that we were evaluating. And in the code, again, it says one or more of the lots is subject to other unique circumstances, such as unusual lot size, shape, or topography. And the combining of the lots will help achieve and improve development more consistent with the character of development in the neighborhood. And so by having that combination and having that access off of Fisk, it reduces that. And then with the development, if you recall, when Sean gave his presentation, is all of those, the buildings that would be on Fisk Lane is creating that neighborhood development, like the same building size and distance from each other as the single family that's further up the road. So that's the explanation on that permitted lot combinations and why we as staff found that it met those criteria.
Okay, so, well, a couple things. One is we could always have a no left turn lane, no left turn sign and a bulb out that doesn't allow people to pull left onto 190th. I mean, that's one way of doing it. The other thing is, how unique is it to have a 10-foot topographical drop on a lot? I mean, that's significant, but I'm sure there's a lot of places here that have that type of thing, right? When you have a development, is it that unusual?
Well,
I mean, look at next to it. You've got the same thing next to it, right?
yeah.
Yeah, but that's at the northern end of that lot, so it wasn't breaking up the lot.
Right.
It's a very abrupt change in elevation, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah.
Unique about it. We go a little over 10 feet in, maybe 15 feet of run, but it's actually already been retained, and now it happens in one location on the lot.
If I can add something else, this was a key item with the neighborhood too. So the neighborhood was very specific that they wanted only a limited number of units to access Spreckles. And it was a key element for the neighborhood to get the support for the project. So 6 units would exit out to Spreckles as part of the character of that street, and then be able to work with folks there.
Okay, I understand that. Another question I had is, and maybe this is more for Mike or Cheryl, because it is written into our municipal ordinance that this is somewhat subjective, because with the word unique circumstances, a judgment call, right? What about for projects going forward? Because one of my concerns, like you mentioned, is the mansionization of our neighborhoods. Also, the acquiring of single family lots and combining them and building a large group of projects will destroy the character of single, R1 neighborhoods, and people, getting it rezoned to R2 and R3. That's a little bit concerning to me. How do we deal with that?
You would change the ordinance. I will say, if you were asking me if I knew the history of an ordinance from the mid-90s, you're making me feel even older than I am.
Okay.
But I did work for Redondo at the time, but I was fully focused on putting bad guys away. So
prosecution,
yeah. So we haven't been tasked to look at it in. It's same thing. Referrals to staff, have us look at that and come back with proposed amendments to that ordinance. If you're worried about the impact of the subjectivity in the ordinance, we can try and come up with something that has more specific objective criteria.
Well, I'm worried, Mike, that if we do make an exception for one, then if somebody comes along and says, you made an exception for one, why aren't you doing it for me? That's what I'm concerned about here.
Okay. Well, like I said, do a referral and we can put in specific amendments that if you want to amend the law, so it's not a established past practice. As with all, with all challenges, if someone were to challenge a denial from planning staff and then ultimately the planning commission and or maybe the council, it would be judged by a court on the basis of, was it a pretext or is it truly, what was the basis of your denial in that future project? But we can try and, eliminate that as an issue if the council wants us to look at more, very objective criteria.
Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Grant.
Yeah, so I have a couple questions, but tell you what, I'd rather hear from the public first before I ask them. So I'm going to lower my hand.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I'd also like to hear from the public.
Councilmember Narenheim.
I got a quick question here. Can you go back to the slide, Brandy, page 2 or 3, showing the parcels, parcel 1, 2, 3, 7, 4, 3, 6A, 6B that you had on there?
Sean, can you pull that up? It's Sean.
Sorry, Sean, yeah.
It's okay.
I thank Nick real quick for providing me the paper printout. It's very, very helpful to have in person. I can actually read it as opposed to the PDF. Yeah, perfect. There you go. So I'm confused here a little bit. I need some help on clarification. On the bottom we have parcel 1, right? That's where the old milk place is at. And then if we're going from the top, bottom left here, parcel 3, parcel 4, parcel 7, and then we have parcel 3 again, and then parcel 2.
So I'm guessing are you wanting to go through which is which lot? Is that?
Well, yeah. Why are those 2 parcels on it? That's not part of this project, right?
I think this is just because it comes from the land title survey, but what we can go through is an explanation, because if you go on page, let me find it, on page 12 of the staff report, which is page 586 of the agenda packet, there's the parcel numbers. So where it says parcel 6A, parcel 6, where we go? Sean, oh, there we go. So parcel 6A, parcel 6B, and parcel 6C, those are all one lot. And that's the lot that's parcel number that ends 010. And then you have parcel 009 is technically, it's just that left part of parcel 3. So that's the second lot. Then the next lot is 008, which is the one right next to it. Yep, right where he's pointing that. And then 0.007 is the one that says parcel 4. And then the one that says parcel 7, the 2 together,
yeah,
015.
Okay.
And so then that one across the street, across Fisk Lane, where it says parcel 1, that is 018.
So the parcel 2 and 3 that are next to each other is not part of the project, even though it's drawn out as map to be a part of the project.
Correct.
Okay.
This was just a survey map. I'll let Nick, you go.
Yeah, I can provide clarification on that. What this image is this is an image of the ownership of the existing owner. So this is the land owned by Mr. Steve Portner. So this is the ownership, but the project is the vested tentative tract map. It does not include those lots, but this was done just for proof of ownership.
That's what I thought. Okay, that makes sense to me. So the people that live in those two lots, parcel 2 and 3, and then I presume are renting.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. All right, perfect. That's all the questions I have for now.
Okay. With that, I think, Councilmember Amy, you didn't mean to have your hand up, did you?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the public staff so that I can then go with to the public comment.
Okay, with that, see, there's 19 people, looks like, want to comment on this no, just 19 attendees. Who should we go to first, Eleanor or Vicky?
Okay, so we have 2 for L1 on Zoom. I'm not sure if anybody on the phone, we have a 3-digit phone number on here, but I'm not sure. They can just raise their hand, which is *9, but otherwise I have 2 people here, and then we have some in the e-comments. So I'm going to go.
Yeah, and I see Warren Chun has his hand up.
Right, so Rolf Struttenberg will be the first one. Let's see, where'd he go? Okay, allow to talk. Okay, Rolf, you're on.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. You do have a blue folder item for me that goes into a little more detail, but I'll concentrate on just the core issue here. And that's going straight to the code, which is 10-2.514, the development standards for R3 low density multifamily residential zone. And particularly paragraph B, permitted lot combinations, states that 2 or more lots may be combined only when all of the requirements of sections B1, B2, and B3 of this section are satisfied. And then it goes on to say, this subsection is not intended to permit the combination of 2 or more typical or standard size lots, or to permit developments of a mass and scale inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. I'm going to go back and reread the really critical one there. This subsection is not intended to permit the combination of 2 or more typical or standard size lots. The lot combination proposed for the Foundry project does include 2 or more typical or standard size lots, and as such is an attempt to do exactly what this code explicitly prohibits. This is not permitted. The code of paragraph B, when correctly read, is unambiguous and stands firmly with no notation given of caveats or allowed exceptions. There is no avenue for negating this requirement. It does not say, except as noted below. It does not say, maybe. It says this subsection is not intended to permit the combination of 2 or more typical or standard size lots, which is what is being proposed here. That's just regard to the current project. Beyond this, there's a butterfly effect. To allow this would set a precedent that would again fully open the door for other lot combinations. This affects both R3 and R2 zoning, as the wording in the code is the same for both. How this affects things far beyond this project is an extremely important aspect. So the owner and the applicant are not left without recourse here. Far from it. They can fully develop the properties individually. They can even allow easements within those properties if they need to or really want to achieve something. And there's ways around what they're trying to achieve and keep the lots individual as they need to be per the code. You don't want this happening. So to comply with the code, the appeal must be upheld. And it's been discussed slightly, beyond this, it fully remains within the power of the city council to amend the code should that path be chosen. But until such time, it is the duty of the city council to defend and support the Redondo Beach Municipal Code as currently written. And there is no exception. Even if you could get an exception of 1, it doesn't grant in the other ones that are still 2 or more that are not allowed to be combined. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Strutzenberg. Is there another Zoom participant?
Yes, I will. Okay. Warren Chun, you're on.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. And Mr. Duro, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a 20-year resident of Redondo Beach, 10-year in District 3. And I believe that the residents in our neighborhood want this project completed as is. The Foundry has always made significant smells, and we're going to get a beautiful project that is coming to our neighborhood. The units are below what the requirements are. Nick Bureau had significant outreach to the community, which I've attended. And this would be a great project for our community. It looks beautiful right next to the other 20 unit built by, or will be building by Anastasi. There's also another 2-unit condo that was built on Pomona and 190th, which is already completed. So this is a great plus for the community. There's not been one member in District 3 in my neighborhood that says we do not want this done. The community wants this done because it's a great project, great planning, and beautiful, and really adds value to our neighborhood. And I appreciate the robustness that Mr. Burrell did with outreach, and in terms of just having the units reduced from the maximum. We've got more open space. The parking is good, and it fits right in with the community and with our neighborhood in District 3. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chun. Anyone else?
Okay, so we have e-comment. And I noticed, I think it was Brandon Strauss. I'm not sure. He's a panelist, but I'm not sure if he wants to speak because he does have an e-comment. We can read his e-comment. So.
Doesn't
look, okay.
Yeah, unless you'd like to speak on Zoom, Brendan.
Okay, e-comment if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm just here. I'm part of the group. We're going to work on the covenants, conditions, and restrictions. So I'm just here to answer questions if need be.
Okay. So e-comments, Vicki.
Okay, first comment submitted by Larry Nelson. As a member of this neighborhood, I'd like to voice my support for this project, as well as others in our neighborhood who also believe this project would add value to our neighborhood. Adopt resolution number CC 2009-068, denying the appeal and approving the project. This would replace an industrial facility that appears to have sat dormant for quite some time, with upscale housing that would provide excellent homes for new neighbors, as well as add value to other homes in the neighborhood by increasing the overall home values of our existing properties. We would urge the council to approve this project to move forward, which we feel strongly adds a good deal of value to our neighborhood, where it does not exist today with a legacy industrial business. Sincerely, Larry Nelson, Redondo Beach. The second comment, I'm sorry, I'm going to skip Mr. Strauss's comment. Grace Peng, this project meets all of our zoning requirements and will provide much needed housing in our region. Let's not needlessly delay this project. Neighbors make our community. This will bring us 36 new families to strengthen our community. The last comment is submitted by Dale Petrulis. On behalf of the League of Women Voters on the Beach Cities, we are pleased with the timeliness and importance of providing supportive housing in Redondo Beach. We appreciate the politically challenging and difficult work that the staff has done to find a solution to end illegal encampments. We urge you to find a solution to this very pressing issue that will be good for the residents in need as well as the entire community. And that concludes the comments submitted for this item.
I'm pretty sure that was the wrong item, but okay.
I actually think it might be, yes.
I just see.
Okay.
Under L1.
Any other public comments?
That's it, Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will turn to Councilmember MD.
One of the things that was mentioned when I met with you, and I didn't see it in the presentations, is that is there going to be any way to require that the people park their cars in their garages? Didn't you say it was on the CCR?
Yes, it is. It's included in the CCNRs. There's a restriction that the residents have to keep their garages clean. That's why the city of Redondo Beach has a requirement of storage as part of the units. So each garage will have storage space underneath the stairwells as well as in the garage. And the CCNRs will prohibit the residents from parking in the guest parking overnight unless they have a guest that's staying overnight. So yeah, the parking is meant to be for guests only and not for a third vehicle or fourth vehicle.
Thank you very much. That's really important because, you know, you can provide all the parking you want, but if people use the garages for storage, it doesn't help us at all. And so that's wonderful that that's being done in there. For legal, Jennifer Glad took a long time explaining to Commissioner Strutzenberg why he was wrong in his interpretation. But since you guys weren't at that meeting, I would like to hear your interpretation on what Rolf is bringing up.
Gladly, I will let Matt
Legal.
Yeah, you got a city legal? Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Councilwoman MD, are you talking about the specific lot consolidation?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think it's the way it's written, it's very discretionary. And so the individuals that would make that determination would be staff, and then it would be the planning commission, and now it's before this body, the city council. So you would just have to make a factual determination to see if there are unique circumstances with the lots that would justify consolidating those lots.
Okay, Mr. Barrow, then did you want to provide more input?
Yes, I'm going to state that by combining the lots, you would take away the possibility of building 4 duplexes that would have driveways on Fisk, creating 4 direct driveways as opposed to 1. So by taking these 4 units and turning them, it creates a safer condition and it creates a better project. If you were to leave these units individually and have R3 units constructed on a 5,000 square foot lot, you would have 2 units with their own driveway. You would not have the additional parking that you would gain on the street by the elimination of driveway aprons. You would not have the additional landscaping that's provided by the creation of 1 driveway. So you create a safer, much better looking project that is cohesive and well thought out. So that's why the discretion is given to staff, the planning commission, and now to the city council. And I would like to let Matt Fogg, our legal counsel, chime in as well. He's land use counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrow. Just wanted to just chime in briefly, and I'd be interested to, share. Mrs. Parker already responded, and maybe Mr. Webb will chime in, but just responding to Mr. Strassenberg's comment, if you really look at the code provision, he's just frankly wrong, and I'll tell you why. And I'm pretty sure the city council member will agree, and the same reason why the planning commission disagreed. It does say two or more lots may be combined only when all the requirements are met below. And when you look at that, it allows multiple lots to be combined. It doesn't say each one of those lots need to meet the requirements below. And that's what Mr. Strutzenberg is trying to interpret as saying, hey, you can only combine them if all of them meet this requirement. And that is clearly not the case, because when you go down to C, it says 1 or more of the lots is subject to another unique circumstance. And here the city council, the staff has done a great job describing why one of those lots is unique and qualifies under 1C, and therefore it says 2 or more lots may be combined when one of those lots meets that requirement. So we've clearly hit that threshold here, and with all due respect to Mr. Strassenberg, his interpretation just is not correct, and that's why the planning commission overrode at the lower level. And when you look at the code, you really just need one of those lots to meet that requirement, and we've clearly done that here, and therefore we satisfy the requirements for the lot merger.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Okay. Councilmember Grant. John, do you mean to have your hand up?
Yep, I served. Thank you. So we're supposed to be looking at the evidence specifically right here. Kind of go back to one of Mr. Horvath's questions to Mr. Narenheim. When you write the criteria set forth in the sections quoted above are not satisfied, including but not limited to setbacks, height, outdoor living space, landscape, zoning ordinance, policies, and architectural style. staff is telling us that this complies and everything that we see here. Do you still believe that those things quantify here? Because as staff has pointed out, this project complies. They're not asking for any variances, yet it got appealed here. So I'd like to know why you believe that it was that, since to appeal, all you had to say is that this is that's it.
Okay. Anything else, Councilmember Grant?
No, thank you.
Okay. Next up, Councilmember Nairnheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. If everyone's concentrating on this lot thing, I got a question for Cheryl. Why wouldn't we just couldn't we just issue a variance then? If this was, we do it all the time. We did it in the other day for parking requirement.
I don't believe a application for a variance was filed, and staff could jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but.
I don't believe it's there, yeah, but.
That's correct, yeah.
And we would have to have a variance application for that?
Correct.
Okay, so variance would have to begin at the beginning of the project, not at the end of the application period.
Right. That an application for a variance is not before the city council at this time, so you wouldn't be able to make a determination on that issue.
Okay, great. Brandy, I want to thank you first of all for adding both of the approval and disapproval in there. That's one of the first few times planning department has actually done that on a project. So it's much different than many years before, where it was just approve or disapprove the appeal. So thank you for giving that option on there. There was an email that was sent out in the beginning of this project. Actually, Mayor Brand kind of touched on it back in May, and it said, quote, we ask that you not discuss the project with your fellow planning commissioners outside of this item being heard at the scheduled public hearings on June 18th and July 16th, 2020, unquote. Well, I guess she goes on further and say, quote, additionally, our CEQA legal counsel, Greg Kettles, recommends that I offer to reach out to separately via phone and Zoom to each planning commissioner individually to discuss any specific concerns that you may have with the environmental document project and to answer any questions prior to the hearings. It's important. It is important that each of you avoid any appearance of prejudging, unquote, your future actions based on the IES, M&D, and/or entitlements before the hearings, unquote. So, where did that advice come from?
So it came from the outside CEQA counsel that we retained with Best and Krieger. Whenever we can get a reimbursement for legal services, it makes sense to utilize outside counsel instead of delay the project. While we share the goal, we don't share that advice. And Planning Commission staff reached out to us, unfortunately, after the email went out, and subject to not violating the Brown Act and not prejudging the situation. We don't believe that they're prohibited from talking to another person. So that was just a situation where it didn't get cleared with our office until afterwards, and they've since submitted a Webplex request that will come up with a way to respond more in line with what I believe the law is.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I mean, I feel that maybe some of these questions or some of these issues might have been dealt with if some of these planning commissioners talked to each other beforehand, or especially the two that were asking questions. They seem to be on the path, same wavelength on some of these issues.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. It's tough to you know, we do most of the, not the civil litigation, but we do most of the stuff in-house, but we try and speed things up and not be a bottleneck. But of course, the difficulty with that is sometimes there's advice that outside counsel has that is not the official position of our office. And this is one of those rare instances where it went straight out. And so we're trying to correct that.
Yeah, that's fine. And I was like, get it, corrected, because I know people like talking to each other, especially on the planning commission. They want to get those relationships working. So I noticed the hazmat plan was not a part of this and was referred to in the EIR document, and I didn't quite see it in the EIR document. There is, because of the Foundry, and it was there is some metals that are being tested. There was no official plan in place, but we're going through LA County Fire Department to mitigate and fix the hazardous material situation?
I can answer that. What we have is basically a requirement to provide a health and safety plan as well as a soils management plan. And then when the buildings get demoed and the grading occurs, it is our responsibility to do the remediation. Once the remediation is complete and there's oversight by an environmental engineer, then the fire department gets the results. And once those results are evaluated, they would issue a no further action letter, which is what the city of Redondo Beach requires for the issuance of a building permit.
Okay, so you'll get a demo permit first, remediate the land, and then get the building permit for the buildings after you do it.
That is correct. That is correct. That's the process.
Okay, perfect. You know, as Mayor Brands talked about, we don't have any inclusionary housing on here, and it was an issue during planning commission as well. And while, I mean, do you want to speak to that, Nick, about not having inclusionary housing or affordable housing in this project, and why you didn't feel that would be appropriate in this project?
Well, we wanted to leave a project behind for the neighborhood that had neighborhood engagement, as you can hear by the testimony. It's something that required a buy-in from the neighborhood, that it was a quality project, and it was going to be something that everybody needed to buy in order for us to move forward through staff to planning commission and now here. So it's not something to spring up on an applicant basically the day of an appeal hearing. It's something that if it becomes an inclusionary housing requirement, then as an applicant, you know day one when you're doing your community outreach that there's going to be this requirement that's mandatory, and you can explain it to the neighborhood that your project is going to have inclusionary housing and you're going to have these type of homes that are going to be at the different types of levels and how that program works. But we went ahead and wanted to do this project without affordable units. We wanted to have a stellar project that has an extra open space, has the amenities, and did not want to go into a density bonus, which is what you would normally have. We would have had to offer 38 units plus the density bonus. We would have had 47 units. And I think coming into the neighborhood and starting at 47, it would have had some pushback. So that's why we did not go that route.
I mean, you could have just included affordable housing as part of the 38, not going for the density bonus. That density bonus is on top of the normal density. If you were to ask essentially for a variance of parking or other things like that, but so you wouldn't have necessarily required to go to 47. I do like the fact that you're not at 38 units to maximum density. That's good. It allows you to do larger setbacks like we did. How do you feel working with the neighborhood in neighborhood engagement? How did you feel that went with your community meetings? And anyone that stood out and you were able to change their mind with?
Oh, I think it's absolutely necessary. It's not a requirement of the application. It's a recommendation, and it's something that I highly recommend any applicant in Redondo do. I think it's essential to know who your neighbors are all the way around. And I think that everybody stands out from reviewing the details, understanding the neighborhood, having the conversations about, at one point we had 19 parking stalls instead of 15, but it was a very good discussion to have on trash day when you have 72 trash cans, that having trash receptacles would be much more valuable and creating the extra on-street parking created a much better project. So that's the kind of give and take and discussions that you have when the public's there, because you know what day trash day is, you know how things work in the neighborhood, and you get to know the streets very well, you get to know the neighbors very well, and I think it's something that it's a key element of any project in Redondo Beach. It should be not a requirement. It should be a requirement instead of just a recommendation.
Okay. Anyone you want to point out you like working with out in the community that really changed their mind, or?
No. There's all the folks are on the sign-in sheets, and I feel comfortable running into anybody at the grocery store or any place. So I had a great relationship with everybody.
Great. How many people were working at the Foundry before it closed here a few months ago?
As of February of this year, I think there was about 100 people at maximum. And I think when it closed in February, I think there was in the 60s.
Wow, that's a lot of jobs, a lot of people. And of course, there's people there at the Computer Geek store. There are probably, 5-10 people working there? 5 people, 3 people?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I think this project really represents the sad state of affairs in Redondo. When we're paving over our commercial, we're losing all these jobs. But it's the zoning. We have the zoning for it. They have the zoning for it. I'm glad that you didn't go out to the maximum density on this particular project. It's the parcel. I'm not sure. You know, your legal counsel here, Mr. Matt, talked about this being discretionary, and then went on to say that Commissioner Stressenberg was wrong. If it's discretionary, you're not wrong. It's you choose one side of the coin or the other. And I think a 10-foot drop over a 2-acre parcel is not significant. And we have the Anastasi development next door. It's 20 units. Brandy, do you want to talk about that? That project dumps out onto 190th, correct? And there's only one exit for that, right?
Right. There are a couple different things that make that unique. And one of them I had pointed out was, remember when I said there's that exit point, that particular project is further down from where that the turn from Fisk would be, that somebody would have had the opportunity to turn back and see any traffic coming out from that, versus the one that's per this project that's right there, right as you turn at Fisk. So that was one of the things. And then the other was that drop is on the Anastasi project. It's not, they have the accesses from the street, from, the side streets. They have those access points that they could utilize from that. But the 190th is different with that particular project because it doesn't have that traffic safety issue that this does, being that close to in proximity to Fisk.
So I see what the discussion is about, and I think it flows better not to have it on the 190th. But what's ended up happening now is when you only have one exit way onto Fisk there, you're now taking instead of having 2 entrance exits, you now have one, and you're forcing all of the traffic to go out of one entrance exit. Did you think about that amount of traffic that's going to be coming out of that on the Fisk lane individually now?
Yeah, that was evaluated in the both the environmental CEQA review and then as well a discussion item at the Planning Commission. And I believe that was determined that was not creating a significant impact.
And there weren't any extra conditions that you needed on the project to mitigate using just a single entrance exit on Fisk there.
Sean, I'm going to turn it over to you.
We did add stop signs at the driveway exit points just as to ensure we had a controlled access point from the driveway. So those are conditioned on the project. A stop sign at the exiting driveways on Spreckles, Fisk, and also the Fisk property on the east side.
Okay. There was a traffic circle discussion that we had back in August, actually, I believe. I believe there was a traffic circle right down the street that we are now taking out. Is that correct? Is Gene there? One from Public Works.
Yeah, this is Gene, traffic engineer for the city. Yes, that was on the Fermona corridor, which is west of this general area.
So there was some discussion there in the Planning Commission regarding the that effect and other traffic effects that you talked about that we might or might not hit between them. I think we have hit those points. And then has any of that changed since this approval of those traffic conditions that we've made a decision on?
No, I guess I'm having a little bit of difficulty understanding what the exact question is. Is a question?
So we asked to take those traffic circles out, correct?
Yes.
So was there any other changes that was made in the neighborhood that we have done since this was approved in July that might affect this entrance exit on both Spreckles and or Fisk?
No, not yet. No.
Okay, because you talked about that in the meeting that there would be something that might come up.
Correct. There are anticipated changes, but they haven't been in place now.
Okay, so we haven't had that discussion yet.
No, we have. They got approved by the city council some time ago as part of the Inglewood neighborhood traffic control, which includes some speed cushion designs, and some turn restrictions along Fermona.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Okay. Let's see. Any other questions I have for the applicant? I don't think I have anything else right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Nierenheim. Let me just say, it's our job to use our discretion. It's not our job to just sit here and do whatever staff says they believe is correct or whatever an attorney believes is correct. That's the point of having an elected body, is for them to show their discretion. And often there are different ways to interpret things. And that's why we have elected officials, not to just sit up here and do whatever staff says, because then you really don't need elected officials in. We'll just turn it over to staff. We watched the State Water Board do that a couple weeks ago. And, it's important for the elected officials to show their own discretion. And you saw a split vote at the Planning Commission. It doesn't mean the 7 people are right and the 2 people are wrong, but that's just how it came down. And plenty of things have been turned over in court. And yeah, so it's just important to examine it very carefully and draw your own conclusions based on staff, based on other information that you may receive, and based on public comment. I've just heard that argument so many times, being on the council for 8 years and now mayor for almost 4. It's like, well, your staff says this, or your city attorney says that, or this attorney says that. You got to use your discretion, and often they don't agree. So anyway, with that, Councilmember MD.
Well, I think we've heard from the public, and we have a very important subject next. I'd like to go ahead and close the public hearing, making a motion.
Let me see. Are there any more public comments? There were fresh e-comments, Vicky or Eleanor?
I'll second her motion, by the way.
Okay. Okay, I guess there are no more public comments. So there's a motion to close the public hearing with a second. The roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so the public hearing is closed. Go ahead.
And I would like to adopt by title only resolution number CC 2009068, a resolution of City Council of the City of Redondo Beach denying the appeal and approving a conditional use permit, Planning Commission design review, and vesting tentative track map number 82707 to allow the construction of a 36-unit residential condominium project, the Foundry, on property located within a low-density, multiple-family residential R3 zone, 2829, 2893, and 2901 West 190th Street, and 2928, 2922, and 2910 Fisk Lane, Redondo Beach, California, 90278. And I want to just, well, that's good. That's it.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so there's a motion by Councilmember MD to adopt the staff recommendation. Well, it's not really a recommendation. that option, and a second by Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Nierenheim, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, now that we closed public hearing, Cheryl, you know, it's like the applicant's lawyer just said. You know, if this is discretionary, you know, before I wasn't feeling that Rolf actually had a legitimate point, but now that we're talking about discretionary and being correct, we can't do a variance on this because there's no variance application, correct?
Correct.
So there's no ability for them to do a variance on this. You would have to deny the whole project based on the lots combining.
Well, it depends on, and I heard counsel for the proponent and Rolf saying maybe two different things. He was saying Rolf is wrong because he heard Rolf as saying that both lots had to meet the criteria for all of B1, B2, and B3. I don't know if I heard Rolf say that. What I heard Rolf emphasize was on the section in B above that, and this section is in parentheses, which is interesting. Normally you use parentheses to explain or to give the intent of the ordinance, but it is a judgment call pursuant to the legal standards set out. And so I'll give you an example. Staff is recommending, and the Planning Commission found that I think B1C applied, that one or more of the lots is subject to other unique circumstances such as unusual lot size, shape, or topography, and the combining of the lot will help achieve an improved development more consistent with the character of development in the neighborhood. When you look at the language that Mr. Strutzenberg was emphasizing, he talked about, as it applies to this, you know, it wasn't intended to permit developments of a mass and scale inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. So that is, you're the triers of fact. That is the legal standard set out. And so if you believe as staff and planning commission that one or more of the lots is subject to those unique circumstances, and combining will help achieve an improved development more consistent, then you should approve the project. If, however, you don't believe, and I'm just using it as an example, that one or more of the facts don't support it, that it's covered by the section. And remember, all of, you know, B1, B2, and B3 all have to, you have to find they all apply, then you should grant the appeal and deny the project. Now, certainly the final say will be up to a court if someone challenges it. And so you should be very clear, as Ms. Park indicated at the start, if you're going to turn it down, to be very clear how you feel it doesn't meet those. So the legal standard is set out, and then you need to apply the facts. And that may be, if you can use the term subjective, you have to decide if those standards are met. But I heard Mr. I think it's Fote, he was commenting on, he heard Rolf say, you know, both lots have to meet those standards. And he is correct that it only has to be one or more of the lots. So to the extent that Rolf was saying that, I didn't necessarily hear him focus on both lots have to meet that standard.
Okay. And I think the and part of the 1C section, and the combining of the lots will achieve an important development more consistent with the character of development in the neighborhood. If I felt that fact alone would create a more consistent neighborhood by combining it, that would be an appropriate determination.
Well, you would have to have the and is both. You have to find one of the three. You know, you have to have unique circumstances. And they are examples such as unusual lot size, shape, or topography, but it's not limited. So you have to find there are, unique circumstances, and then that the combining will help achieve an improved development more consistent with the character development in the neighborhood. If you don't find a unique circumstance, or you don't find that the combining lots will help achieve improved development, then you can vote to deny the project. And then certainly, as with any decision you make in quasi-judicial, a court can make the final determination if you were right or not.
Okay.
But I share the mayor's view that you're there to exercise your judgment, but you have to exercise it according to the law as it currently is.
Right. So as long as this unusual lot size, shape, or topography is met on that portion of the sentence, being 10 feet or across the entire way, being dimensions, being all the way across from Spreckles all the 1/90th is met, that would suffice.
And it's not limited to one of those circumstances, because if you look, it is, one or more to other unique circumstances, such as. So there could be other unique circumstances that are included, not limited to unusual lot size, shape, or topography. And that is what, I think Councilman Lowenstein was saying was kind of more subjective, because it leaves a lot kind of open.
Right. So such as, because I like the fact that they're using it for combining lots to get the entrance exits off Fifth. So that would be a such as whereas clause in there. But does that mean that
you're the decider? So if it says,
I'm now that we have public hearing closed, I'm asking you the opinions on this, because I'm forming my opinion literally from what I originally had thought or going down the path of. So does that mean that the remaining lots can be included in that, or no?
I'm not certain I understand your question.
The remaining lots, I think it was 3 and 4 would be included on that.
I don't know what you mean by included on that.
On the original lot, if lot 6, lot 6 would be, let me go back here to the.
I don't understand what you're asking. So
I'm asking
one or more of the lots has to be subject to other unique circumstances. And again, you have 3 examples, but you're the ultimate trier of fact. And you have to find that combining of lots will achieve an improved development more consistent with the character of development in the neighborhood. You're the trier of fact. I'm not going to second guess as to whether.
I was looking at the parcels, not the lot. I was using the wrong verbiage.
Can I answer that? Is it possible for me to answer that?
No, because the
hearing is closed. Sorry.
Yeah.
The council would have to reopen the public hearing, and they could allow it, but not while the public hearing is closed.
Okay. I'm good on questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I just have one comment, and that is, no matter which way this vote goes, we clearly have to clean up stuff that's subjective. And I think the other thing we need to do, and because we've had this with other ordinances, the other thing we have to do is notate it. And because, here we are 25 years later trying to read the minds of council members from 1995. And I think that leads us down a lot of rough paths. So, and the other thing that I see is, and I think the proponent, the developer has said, is that the improved development, would be more consistent with the character of the neighborhood, would be fewer driveways and aprons and less parking taken away from the street. I think that's one of the things to look at when you're looking at this, is if we would have to go back and redo this, and then each of those places had their own driveways, then it might not lead to something that's in character with the neighborhood. So I think that's something to consider when we're voting. So this is a tough call in my view, but I also think that we need to clean up this language going forward. So I'm going to make that recommendation at the end of this. So thank you.
Yeah.
That's it for me.
I would agree with you, Todd. That's something definitely we need to fix in this, and the driveway issue definitely helps out. And I think when I heard a week or so ago, somebody said that he was used to living in North Redondo, said that the reason why this was created, was to prevent McMansions being built and combining lots. And clearly we don't have that in this particular case right now. So,
But what I can tell you is in a lot of these developments, there's just no curb parking anymore, and it's because of all these driveways. And that is a real problem in the city. So, that is one, in my view, it's one of the pluses of this development is there's only one entrance and exit. So it takes away less. So anyway.
Yeah. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Yeah, I just got a couple comments. One, this does nothing for our arena allocations. And the arena allocations were recently doubled by the state. There's no affordable housing in this. And as Mr. Byro said, it's only really, in so many words, he said it would only be fair to the whole community if you had some sort of standard of inclusionary zoning where every project knew going into it, they were going to have to provide 20 or 30% affordable. And so it wasn't, it was clear right out of the gate, and developers would design for that, price for that, and build for that. But until we get that, we continue to just get more market rate housing. And that really isn't the problem in Redondo. We're not a transit-rich job center. We're a residential center. And so there's a lot of things to be considered. And we'll talk about inclusionary zoning, I guess, towards the end of the meeting. And also, the one thing I definitely don't agree with is that R3 17 units per acre is low density. Wording is everything, and any developer and many planners would consider 17 units per acre low density, but I think most people in Redondo Beach would consider that at least medium density, if not high density. 17, think about that, 17 units per acre. So a lot more denser areas, but as I said, we're not a transit-rich job center. So I would consider that high density, and then I think the wording of all that is something to be reconsidered. I've been hearing that for 20 years. These are low density, and they're just not. And I think the majority of Redondo residents would agree with that 17 units per acre should not be considered low density. So, words are important. Anyway, with that, I don't see any more hands up, and there's a motion and a second. So I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Well, congratulations, Nick. And
Thank you.
I hope whatever
Need to
you
read the
decide to do,
resolution.
it gets done sooner rather than later, because the neighbors are certainly ready for it. But you needed to read something on it?
Yes, the resolution, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2009-068, a resolution of City Council of Redondo Beach, California, denying the appeal and approving a conditional use permit, planning commission design review, investing tentative tract map number 82707 to allow the construction of a 36-unit residential condominium project, the Foundry, on property located within a low-density multi-family residential R3 zone at 2829, 2893, and 2901 West 190th Street, and 2928, 2922, and 2910 Fisk Lane, Redondo Beach, California, 90278. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Next item, discussion and possible direction to staff regarding, I'm sorry, I apologize. We're going to N1, item N1, which is discussion and possible action on the triennial citywide pavement management survey findings, recommended residential street rehabilitation slurry seal list, and the potential resurfacing of Beryl Street between Prospect and Pacific Coast Highway. So, Ted Simon, Public Works Director, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor and Council members, I am Ted Simon, Public Works Director. Tonight, we will be presenting the draft proposed residential street improvement list for both rehabilitation, which is the ground and overlay, as well as the slurry seal treatments. The presentation is at your request from a referral that came during the budget hearings in June. The referral requested that Beryl between Prospect and PCH, as well as the 500 block of North Lucia discussion. I'm joined tonight by Lauren Saplan, our principal engineer, who will be providing the presentation, as well as Andy Wingy, our city engineer. So, Lauren?
Great.
Hello. I'm going to just share the presentation really quick with you. Can you see that?
I think you need a double click to enter. There you go.
There we go.
Okay. Fantastic. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the item regarding the pavement management program, and just a little backup. Every 3 years, the city's streets are evaluated, and in June of 2017, the city had a PCI of 70. In 2018, Council gave us directions to staff to set a goal to improve the city's PCI to 75 within the next 10 years. As such, capital improvement projects and the maintenance performed by city crews were implemented with this goal in mind. The streets were resurveyed in May of 2020, and the PCI has improved to 72 as a result of the city's efforts to reach a PCI of 75 by 2027. There are various treatments for maintenance of pavement that is recommended for the pavement. Slurry seal is a relatively cheap treatment that is performed on streets with a higher PCI. This treatment helps to flatten the curve in its life cycle. Mill and thin overlay is another surface treatment that is recommended for streets with a PCI of 25 to 75. Reconstruction, which requires the entire structure of the road to be replaced, is much more costly. Before you is a historical map of the residential street rehabilitation and slurry seal projects from 2001 through the current construction project. In general, cycle 1 of the program started on the east side of District 3, moved to District 4, then up to 5, and moved south to District 2 and then 1. Cycle 2 is shown in black and was implemented throughout the city. For your reference, this is a breakdown of the approximate expenditure spent in each district for the residential street rehab and slurry seal projects from 2001 through the current 2019 project. The streets identified for the residential street rehab and slurry seal program for the next 3 years takes the pavement condition to account for the selected treatment. These programs work together to help the city achieve a goal of a PCI of 75 and the preservation of the condition of the city's streets. The Street Saver program recommends treatment for a street segment based on the street's age, condition, and PCI. Therefore, the expectation is that the Street Saver program will recommend slurry for streets with a higher PCI, which is expected, and then also is expected to be streets that were more recently done. As for the streets that were selected for the residential street rehab, the expectation would be that those are streets that were done a longer time ago. These are the approximate budgets that were input into the Street Saver program to determine recommended streets. This amount show the reductions in the second and third years due to uncertainty of gas tax due to the pandemic. They're also reflect existing carryover monies for programming purposes. Before you is a citywide map of the streets that have been identified for the residential street rehab and slurry seal projects for the next 3 years. I do have district specific maps available should you like to go over those. As expected, the majority of the streets recommended for slurry are in locations that were done more recently and have higher PCIs. Those recommended for rehabilitation are on streets that were worked on longer ago. This chart is a breakdown of the proposal expenditures for by district for the next 3 years for the residential street rehab. This also reflects the rehabilitation in the streets with the higher cost as well, and for those streets that were done longer. I do want to note that the residential street rehab and slurry seal projects prioritize those treatment types, those specific treatment types. Therefore, streets with a PCI of 25 or less have not been recommended these specific projects. There's currently no funding for the costly reconstruction treatment, and it is considered deferred maintenance for these particular projects. However, city crews will continue to maintain those streets until additional funding is implemented. As part of this year's budget motion, we also were directed to consider Barrel Street between Prospect and PCH for rehabilitation, as well as the 500 block of North Lucia. Street Saver has identified this segment of Barrel and this block of Lucia, as well as various other streets south of Vincent for treatment within the next 3 years. However, there's insufficient funding to do all of these streets at this time. So we were given 2 options to look at. Option A includes Barrel and the 500 block of Lucia. And option B shows these identified streets which are south of Vincent. Therefore, the recommendation is to give direction on whether to include District 2's option A or option B streets, and to confirm the recommended streets citywide for the residential rehabilitation project and the slurry seal projects for the next 3 years. Staff is available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. Let's see who's up first. Councilmember Horvath had his hand up first.
Just one quick question, Lauren. If it was like maybe 3 or 4 slides in, it was a list of historic costs through the districts, and my question was just simply the costs in District 1 and 2 were far higher. Is that just a result of the fact that those are the most recent districts done, and so therefore costs for road resurfacing have just increased between 2001 and 2019 by higher amounts?
Yes, so there's that, and then also they required the more costly rehabilitation. There wasn't slurry that was done on those streets. It was actually rehabilitation that were done on those later phases of the project. So that is another reason why it is more costly, as well as the cost of construction going up over time.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this to us. If this was done in May, in terms of our PCI at 72, we've done a number, bit of work already since May. Obviously, Prospect was before May, and I believe Flagler was done before May. But all the rehabilitation that we're doing right now might bring us close to 73 or 74. When you include that, which is great. I could be wrong about that. I don't know what you think about that, Ted or Lauren. The other thing is, I appreciate you bringing Burl to me in option A. I was adamant about it because the more and more I looked at it, when I looked at the history of Burl, it hadn't been paved. It had only been slurry sealed in 2005. So that means it hadn't been paved since at least 2001 or 2000, and probably before that. I would say not only is it the worst paved street in my district, it may be the worst paved street in South Redondo. So in fairness to it being a major thoroughfare and path down to the beach and all kinds of things, we want to put a bike lane down there. I am in favor of option A. Also, the streets north of the high school have not been paved since 2005, I want to say. So that's the other, I want to give them some love. But I also want to figure out a way we can get some of the streets south of the high school as well, too. And one of them is Vincent, which you've identified. So slurry sealing. So I'm in favor of option A, if you're asking me, based on the fact that it's my district. Have we done any reconstruction in the last 5-6 years other than Burl, east of Flagler?
Council member, let me just interject there. I think your first question about the PCI numbers and that this study was done in May with the resurfacing going on now. The anticipation was that these streets are going to be at the higher PCI. So that was taken into effect in the Street Saver program. And therefore that number was already accounted for. As far as reconstruction streets, and Lauren can correct me on others, I know we did Harbor Drive. That was a full reconstruction. Barrow, reconstruction. I don't recall any other streets that had that level, at least in my memory, which is short with the city. Lauren, do you have any insight on anything that was full reconstruction?
I believe Prospect is also reconstruction, or yeah, is resurfacing.
So that was reconstruction.
Rehabilitation. Mm-hmm. We did like 4 inches of grind and overlay for that one.
That was a thick grind and overlay, not necessarily a full depth reclamation at that point, not full reconstruction.
Right.
Is a grind and overlay, does that bring a PCI up to 100 or is it 90 something? What does it bring it up to? Usually.
Usually it'll be about like a 96.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, what year was Harbor reconstructed? Was it 2015 or 14? Do you remember?
I think it was in the early stages of 15. I came into the city at the tail end of 2015. We were closing out the project at that point.
Okay, great. Okay, those are my only questions and suggestions. So thank you very much. Thank you for the work you guys are doing. I also want to spread some love up to North Redondo. I think it's been a while since we've done that, and so I want to make sure that they get pavement as well too, and slurry sealing. So this looks good to me.
Are there any comments from the public? I guess not. I'm not hearing from Eleanor or Vicky.
So I'd like to make a motion.
Comments. Hold on. There's no Zoom or no comments.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion, if possible, to give direction for District 2 for option A, which includes Pearl.
Second.
I didn't hear. Is there a second?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not seeing any more hands up. I'll just call for a vote then. Councilmember Councilmember Nairnheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdy?
Aye.
Okay. Well, there you go. Moving right along. Do we need to read anything? I don't think so.
This one, Mayor.
Thank you, Ted and Lauren.
Yeah, thank you, Ted. Thank you, Lauren. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Well, and Andy too.
And me too. And yeah, okay, so into discussion and possible direction to staff regarding pallet shelter transitional housing. City Attorney Mike Webb.
Mr. Mayor, could I make a comment before we start this item? We have a number of public speakers. The council may want to defer item N4 and possibly N3. We've mentioned before that we're looking to have a meeting next week. I don't know if you want to make that decision now to postpone those later items on the agenda, N3 and N4. This one's N2 is going to go on for a while, it looks like.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it's only 9 o'clock, so if we're going to read the e-comments, we'll see. I mean, we'll have to decide now. Don't we normally decide that like at 10:30?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
But it's nice to have the option. Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
But it's good to know we're having a meeting next week, so when we come to that time, we'll be able to decide what to do. Okay. With that, City Attorney Mike Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we also have Patrick Diller, who's with Palette, who will give a presentation after I'm done. I want to sort of set the table as to what you are and aren't considering tonight. First of all, you won't be approving anything. It will be giving direction to staff. You have three options that I gave you. You could choose among others. This has nothing to do with the affordable housing that we just talked about on the item 2 items ago. This has to do with emergency transitional housing. And the reason it came to be on tonight's agenda was twofold. 2 weeks ago, I spoke at the South Bay COG homeless workshop, along with Anna Papadakis at the request of Councilman Horvath, who chairs that group, and we were presenting on the pilot program in homeless court. Mr. Diller was one of the presenters, and his presentation piqued my interest because we're facing a potential problem in that we have more than 30 homeless people from Redondo currently in Project Room Key sites. And the Lawndale one is set to end October 5th. The Signal Hill is set to end October 10th. And the one in San Pedro, I think, is set to end in November. Councilman Nierenheim may have more information on that. There's conflicting information as to whether or not they're going to be able to find housing for all the people we have in there. And so I felt it was important to bring it before you, because this is a policy decision for the mayor and council, before we had, worst case scenario, 30 plus people returning to the streets of Redondo. Ultimately, we're looking for direction. Do you want us to pursue using the pallet situation to come up with emergency transitional housing? And we propose one potential location. We certainly invite you to give your feedback on that and mention any others you want us to fully resource. We feel confident that we can get the money for the shelters from the CARES Act fund, but we're exploring whether or not the money for the operations and maintenance, such as 24/7 security, mental crisis workers that would be there, whether or not we can find additional grant funding for that. As you know, because the federal courts, the highest court other than the Supreme Court in Martin versus Boise, said the police can't enforce the no camping on public property unless there is a bed available, because it's a violation of the 8th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution to prosecute, ticket, arrest someone if they don't have a choice. And if we have beds available, then the police can once again resume enforcing that, because they would give them the choice to move to these units. I was thinking, based on conversations with Lila O'Meara, the HARBOUR Interfaith Housing Navigator, I would think 15 units would be a good number to start with. They would be the smaller units for individuals. Perhaps one of them could be a larger unit if there is a family who is suffering from homeless and living on the streets. But you can decide, there's no perfect solution. The one we identified, dirt lot behind Aviation Gym is good in that it's not immediately adjacent to a neighborhood. The gym is closed for, indoor activities because of COVID. This is designed to meet a need with COVID. And you could also identify other situations you would like us to look at. Or you could decide, no, it's always going to be a problem. We'll never find the right spot. And we could continue to look for other locations inside SPA 8. But the problem is the site we had previously located just stopped communicating with us, and they stopped communicating with La Mura. And so that wouldn't happen anytime soon, or we could just abandon that search. It's certainly not, much of this is not a city attorney task, but it's something you've given us so that we can try and come up with creative ways to deal with the homeless situation that's growing in LA County in both a humane way, but also a way that protects the quality of life for our community. And I like the fact that the pallets could be moved. They could be dismantled and not used if the council didn't like any potential unanticipated contacts, but we would own them. And with that, if Mr. Diller, you can activate your camera, then I'll have you give the presentation, and then I'll wrap up with some thoughts at the end, and certainly we'd be willing to take any questions.
Great, thank you. I'd sent over a presentation, is that up there, or should I pull it up on my screen here and share mine?
If you can pull it up on your screen, that would be great.
Great.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, and City staff. Great to present to all of you. Palette has been working in throughout Southern California quite a bit the last, I would say, 9 months or so, and growing across the state and across the country. We're a social purpose company that's on a mission to build both equal opportunity to housing and employment. We provide employment opportunities here in our area to people that have lived experience in homelessness, the criminal justice system, and or recovering from addiction. And we hope to spread that model throughout California and elsewhere. But those are also the individuals that build our shelters and make them, and have also helped inform the design of our shelters. And so it's coming from people with lived experience in this. I won't dive too much into the problem of homelessness. I think everybody here is pretty well aware of it, as well as the public, in terms of the number of people in LA County that are homeless. And I don't know the exact numbers of unsheltered in your community of Redondo Beach, but I know that the issue exists extensively across the state of California and across the country. And there's finite resources. We, as a company that builds shelters, also believe that permanent and affordable housing is important, and ultimately a big piece of the ability to solve homelessness. However, due to the excessive cost, especially in Southern California, to build that, as well as the time constraints, the streets can't be a waiting room for people that are experiencing homelessness, that are waiting to get into those services. So we've designed and built a shelter product that has now been used for over 4 years at our oldest site. And we have communities across the West that I can get into more detail. So our shelters are a rapid, scalable, and cost-effective solution. We build the shelters here in Seattle. We can ship them very cost-effectively. At a truckload of shelters, we can ship to your area at under $100 per shelter. So it's very cost-effective in terms of transportation and moving these. And then scalable. So it takes us roughly 20 to 30 minutes to set up a shelter. And we've run into communities that have taken 2 years to build a small shelter community that is essentially our similar product, but made out of wood and stick built. And it's taken them 2 years to be able to do something similar that takes us about 2 days to set up. So it's very rapid, able to meet the kind of urgent needs of communities, whether it be for disaster response or for homelessness response in your area. And Mr. Webb had pointed out the kind of tight timeline you guys are all facing in terms of the Project Room Key rooms becoming no longer available. And so those are definitely timelines that the palette can meet. Our shelters, as I mentioned, are quick and easy to deploy. The product themselves have between 10 and 15-year lifespan, potentially longer as well. They do have options to be connected to your electrical grid and provide heat and air conditioning, full climate control within the shelters. They have openable windows and doors and an openable door for ventilation. They have a fold-up bunk system with a custom mattress as well that allows the beds to attach directly to the shelter. Lockable door, which is one of the more important items for people experiencing homelessness. And then plenty of safety features like smoke detectors, carbon monoxide monitor, fire extinguisher within the units. They're also very durable, very strong, and can be taken down even quicker than we can put them up. So they're meant to be as permanent as you need them to be, and durable and will last, but also meant to be temporary, both in nature for the people that are residing in them, as well as your ability to move them. You can simply collapse them down, or if you need to just move locations, you can forklift them on the back of a flatbed and move them wherever you need to move them to. We've done that multiple times, sometimes even with people's belongings still inside. So it makes it for a very, very easy and rapid redeployment or moving of those. It's a little bit older map. We've got lots more communities and communities in development now across the US, and hopefully getting even into Canada and things soon. Similarly, I had mentioned our model. Our people are really what we focus in. So we reinvest our money into our workforce to provide jobs for people that oftentimes don't otherwise have the opportunity for employment, and we invest in them in their skill development and provide wraparound services where necessary for our employees. And with that, I guess I'll take any questions anybody has about our shelters, and flip back to photo a little bit of our shelter there as a reference as people have questions. Happy to discuss any of the sites that we have or things that other cities are doing. I mentioned we have communities going in around Southern California, including multiple sites that are now public within the city of Los Angeles. And one or two, at least, I think, not too far from where you guys are located. So we definitely have some experience in the area, and we'd love to help shelter people experiencing homelessness in your area.
So we spoke with Patrick last Wednesday afternoon after Homeless Court finished, and I agendized it for today by doing the report Thursday morning. I was drawn to it because of the fact that they have it in stock. It's, can be affordable and cost efficient with the CARES Act money. It can deal both with our potential urgent, more urgent problem if Project Room Key can't find housing for the people in there, but also deals with our other problem of having the ability to enforce our no camping in public property ordinance that Martin versus Boise doesn't allow. There is no perfect solution. There is no perfect place. Every location will probably have some people who are near it opposing it. And so I was, like I said, a potential place is behind Aviation Gym. We control its dirt lot. But the idea that you could move the location so that it doesn't become permanent, and then no area of the city is unduly burdened by this. There's no perfect solution, but we have to do something. If we don't pick a spot, then each of the homeless persons will pick it for us, and PD will have limited options in terms of what they could do about it. What we're looking for is direction. And, do you want to consider it? And then when do you want us to come back? Do you want us to come back in 3 weeks? And so we can try and deal with the issue presumptively or preventatively, or you could give more time. We could, consider more alternatives, be more certain about it. But we have the potential problem of a lot of people being released and returning to live on the streets of Redondo. So there's no perfect solution, but I don't think we can just stick our head in the sand. And, there are, for example, one of the locations they have in Riverside uses a faith-based organization to provide meals on site. I wouldn't recommend that because we want to make it as temporary as possible. So that I was drawn to it also because these are designed specifically without a restroom. So we'd have to have a porta potty or something because they don't want to make it, they want to make it humane, but not so comfortable that people are tempted to stay in them. And the faith-based organization, provides meals on site. I don't think we should do that because we want them, spending the evening in there in a safe and humane spot, but then immediately during the day working with their housing navigator, whether it be Lila or whether it be PATH, to get housing ready so that we can place them in permanent housing. And so with that, it's a policy call for you. Patrick and certainly I can answer any questions or at least attempt to answer any questions, but we're looking for direction from you all. And again, this isn't a decision you're making tonight. It's whether we go forward or not go forward in exploring it and where you want us to consider exploring it. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I'll say a few comments. First, thank you to Mike Webb and his staff. I mean, this was not in charge of the city attorney's office. However, Mike has certainly taken up the charge in this huge challenge for everybody, all cities. The homeless problem is not going away. In fact, it's probably going to get worse. So, well, thank you, Mike, for putting the time and energy into this and your obvious passion about it. I'll just say that every community is dealing with this. This is not, even the prospect of this is not some way for Redondo Beach to become some sort of magnet to, serve all homeless people's problems everywhere and house them for free and feed them for free. This is not what this is about. This is about helping people transition who have a variety of problems, whether they're medical problems or just down on their luck, so that, we maintain the quality of our life in our communities while we're still able to help people to whatever extent we can without being that sort of magnet. And so we've been walking this fine line. And this is a great way to do both, to help and maintain our quality of life. This is about, making sure that, the things we enjoy like parks and other public areas, we can, provide an alternative to those who are sleeping in our parks. Because the way I'll even just say the Supreme Court ruled, ultimately they didn't rule, but they did not hear the case from Martin versus Boise, Idaho, where, or was it Boise versus Martin? I've forgotten. But ultimately, it's unconstitutional to tell someone they cannot sleep or stay in a public area when there's no alternative for them. It's and it makes sense, right? I mean, you tell somebody to move and they've got nowhere to go. It's a problem. So this solves that problem to some degree. And as City Attorney Mike Webb said, there's no perfect solution here. But we're looking for solutions, and frankly, we're doing more than most cities just by doing this. And a lot of cities are turning a blind eye to this, and we are not. And we've been very active in this arena, and just ask Harbor Interfaith or any of the other nonprofits that are assisting with this problem. We've done a lot here in Redondo. So, and it continues, and it's a tough problem. And the problem has always been location. Where do you do something like this? So it gives our police department and our officers the ability to enforce, basic laws that will maintain our safety and our quality of life. Because if we don't do anything, and this problem worsens, then we're not going to have anywhere to provide anywhere for them to go, and so they're just going to be wherever they end up. And we won't be deciding; they will be deciding, and we won't have the power to do anything about it ultimately. So that's the real benefit of this, as well as being able to help people who need the help. So with that, it's a situation. I guess just clarify, Mike, you're looking for direction in terms of drop the whole thing, send us back to come back with some potential locations and how this might work. And I guess, are those the only two options? Or
the other option is the one you gave previously, which is explore housing, transitional housing within Spot 8, because although it's not exactly covered by Martin versus Boise, I'm confident that that would constitute, if we could provide transportation, would constitute an available bed where we can enforce our ordinance. But right now there's nothing. So we've had 2 sites that expressed interest, and then one backed out because of COVID, and one backed out for unknown reasons. I don't know if Project Roomkey contacted them. I think it's easier for them to contract with service providers than the city, but just for whatever reason they stopped communicating with us and stopped communicating with Lila. But those are the 3 choices.
Let me ask Patrick a question. Patrick, what has been your experience with security around the facilities that you've constructed? I mean, this is a real concern that, you don't have adequate security, and we want this to be a transitional area for people that want help and need help and not a permanent residence. And so we worry about security around it as well, because obviously, you don't know what's going to happen ultimately.
Yeah, sure. Great question. I think there's one site I won't say what city it is. I don't want to call out for a city for not doing a good job, but there's one city that we've worked with that has provided no security. It hasn't been a problem for outside residents, but it's been a problem in terms of vandalism to the units and things like that. Any other site that we have across California, across multiple states, they've all got some sort of security, some sort of 24-hour management. And within that, there's been no issues that I'm aware of that relate to either security of the residents that are living there or the security of the community members living or operating around that particular pallet community. We've had, a good example is in Sonoma County. We have a project where they did 65 shelters or so up there in a community, and there's a lot of pushback initially when the site went up. And the site went in, and there have been very little to no complaints at all whatsoever from the surrounding community. And then the council ended up voting to keep it, make it permanent because it's working, and because the community actually has accepted it after it's gone up. So,
are those transitional units, or for those looking for housing, or are they staying?
Yeah, those were for a particular issue they had on a trail called the Redondo Trail. They had about 250 people residing along the trail, and they needed to sweep the trail. And similarly, due to Martin versus Boise, and then also just looking to provide additional shelter, they were able to get an emergency site up very quickly so that they could clear the trail, and then ultimately made it permanent because of the community support around the site and the success they had with the resident base there as well.
What's the smallest complex you've built? How many units?
We have a farm in Dallas that's got about 3. We've got a church nearby here up in the Seattle area that's got about 6. So those are kind of our smaller sites.
Okay.
And then we have 100 units or so going into a site in LA, or into multiple sites in LA, I guess, that should be around that size.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I'll go to the council member MD.
Oh, I think Todd had his hand up first. Did he still not have it on?
I'll go to Todd if you want. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Laura. Patrick, I looked everywhere. I couldn't find what's the cost of each of these small shelters.
Yeah, so the individual shelters they start at $4,900, and then they go up based on the items that are in there, like air conditioning and heat and electrical connection and bunk and mattress and those things. So you're fully delivered, set up, with tax included and everything. I think you're probably right around $8,000, maybe slightly less per shelter.
That includes connection to the grid, you said?
That would not include connection to the grid. It includes our power package inside the shelter that powers the light and all the other appliances and things. But it would be your responsibility to connect it to the grid, either through a hard connection or through a temporary connection, depending on what your building department would allow.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of the questions I have is the grid, connection to the grid. One person asked, can we lease a lot outside the city and still do enforcement of the anti-camping ordinance? Is that possible, Mike? Do you know?
Oh, well, yes, it is my opinion that if it's within spot 8 that we would be able to, but that's subject to federal court second guessing it, and then they could issue a consent decree, which would take our ability to enforce our laws out of your hands, out of my hands. But in Orange County, where Judge David Carter has issued a consent decree, one of the provisions is they can't enforce ending camping ordinances unless there's a bed available, and they can't transport them outside their spa and count that as a available bed. So therefore, if you could locate, a lot somewhere in a city in spot 8, the problem is, will the city allow that? Are they zoned for it? It becomes more problematic. But that would be the second option, which is, try and continue to look outside our city within our spa, but we lose a lot of the ability to make this happen unless we just find the perfect site that we're dealing with a different building department regarding the hooking them up to the grid, a whole host of issues. But yes, that is a possibility if such site exists.
Okay. One of the concerns I have with up in next to the gym and aviation, and I think I've mentioned this, Laura and I talked about this, was RBYB, when they actually are back after the pandemic, which we don't know when that could be. That could be a concern with parents that are there with their kids, and a bunch of shelters that are set up right next to it. That could be a possibility while there is the pandemic. That lot. There's other places that I'll identify. Another place that I'll identify in a little bit. But I looked at some of the comments. I do, pay attention to these comments. And one of the comments was these shelters should be put near city council homes. Well, let me tell you, there are homeless right in front of the mayor's house right now. And there's homeless within a 5-minute walk from my house. So we're not putting our heads in the sand, folks. We're trying to solve something. And until we do that, there's going to be more homeless. So I don't think that you guys, the Johnny-come-latelys that are coming here and speaking, so many of which are not even from our city and are from cities that actually direct people here, I won't mention who they are, but we know who they are not addressing this issue. And, none of us likes to deal with the issue of homeless. It's a very uncomfortable thing, but it's something that we have to do. We can't turn our backs on people. It's coming into our neighborhoods. It's a big issue. We're trying to address this. And because of Martin versus Boise, we are handcuffed on this. So while you say don't erect these, well, what's your solution if we don't put these up? And nobody wants it in their neighborhood. I get it. I understand that. We're trying to avoid putting it near residences. We're trying to avoid putting it near schools, obviously, and parks. But this is a temporary solution. It is not something that I will stand for any long period of time. And I know that all of us don't want it, but we need to come up with a solution here, and it's going to get worse. So one of the places I thought about, and I hadn't had a chance to talk to Councilman Grand because I already talked to Laura, was next to where the transit center is going to be located. There are no neighbors right near there, within a quarter mile maybe. It's on the other side of the train tracks. And there's a cemetery behind it. I don't think the inhabitants of the cemetery will be complaining about this, nor will they be even in view of the cemetery. Have we, we've looked at that. Mike, I brought that up to you. Is that a possibility that we can look at it, at potentially putting there for a period of time?
Yeah, we can look at every possibility that you identify. In that particular one, we couldn't put it in there for the next 3 months because the contractor that is doing the street repaving is using it for the next 3 months. We could use it after that, but then we'd have to find a different location for Public Works to store their material. But as you know, I don't think you'll get the field of the world of opportunities is much grander for where you could store, materials for Public Works as opposed to a homeless shelter. And so absolutely things like that are, if you go with the first direction, I'd like to hear that so we can all walk through the potential options. And it may just, if you do it, it may be done as an emergency order because of COVID. And so it could be, if you decide to put it on the aviation, it's only while the emergency order, which we control a little bit, in terms of the local emergency, is in effect. And then we have other locations that we can, rotate on a temporary basis. And that's the flexibility that, drew me to the pallet system.
Right. Okay. So I'd like to look at this as at least an option. I'd also like at the same time us to continue looking outside the city. I think we need to get this ball rolling and figure somewhere out. And nor do I want it necessarily to be in any particular district for a long period of time. It's a short period of time if it's in any district. So thank you. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
So, Todd, it was a pleasure to talk with you about this. I think you and I kind of went full circle on this because when just so that the public understands, it was a bit of a spring on us. Something this big, usually we kind of know it's coming and we have time to educate the public, and that was one of our concerns, is to educate the residents as to what is coming. And so I think you answered the question, Mike, that you think it's around 30 people that are Redondo or are in Project Room Key now that have the potential to come back?
There are more than 30 people. And I got that from Laura Mura, who drove all 30 people to Project Room Key. And she's been talking about it for a while. It's one of our concerns is when the people in Project Room Key have priority in terms of getting placed in permanent housing. And so we're trying as much as possible while they're there to get them housing ready, to make certain they've got all their paperwork so that they can get Medicare, they can get the Social Security that they're entitled to so they can take care of any issues that would prevent them from get permanent housing. And then, when we found out, and I apologize for springing this on you, but, I literally didn't know until Wednesday afternoon, okay, we have to address this because the option was wait until there could be 30 people, homeless people back on the streets and then try and address it after the residents would understandably be very upset. And so with, the one location ending October 5th, the next one, October 10th, and sometime in November, I wanted to at least start the discussion, but you won't be deciding anything tonight because we're not ready. We'd have to, it's going to be a lot of work to figure out what kind of contract are we going, what conditions are we going to allow them in? How long are we going to allow them in? What conditions can we put in that are acceptable under Martin versus Boise? Like it can't be run by a religious organization because that doesn't count as available housing. How are we going to pay for the operations such as, cleaning the units? 24/7 security, I think, is an absolute must, or I certainly wouldn't recommend it. And we'd also have to have available mental crisis counselors. As I mentioned the last time, we have some who are willing to donate their time. Others we'd have to pay for it, $22 an hour. I think, we'll be able to look at, can those costs be paid by Measure H funds or other additional funds. But I know the CARES Act will enable us to, or I felt without having researched it fully, I'm confident that the CARES Act would enable us to purchase the 15 units.
Okay, so thank you for the apology on springing it on us, but I completely understand the urgency of why you had to do it we had to do it this way, because again, just to reiterate what you just said, is that Room Key is going to be stopping in early October, mid-October, and the beginning of November. So this is urgent that we need to be able to address it, because we're going to end up having, most likely, we're presuming that they will come back to Redondo. And so,
I say maybe Project Room Key solves it, and then we have more time, and it's a nice thing to have to be able to have the police enforce our ordinance. But if hope isn't a strategy, and if we waited till then to try and develop a strategy, we're going to need some lead time. So.
Okay, and so I did present this out to my email blast, and I apologize to anybody who was on Nextdoor and it caused a stir. But honestly, Todd and I discussed it, and it's one of those things that it was just, I was wringing my hands. It dominated my thoughts all weekend on how do we educate and how do I get the input from the community, and I just decided to go and do it. And I was really surprised at how many people responded. It was quite a bit, and I'm sure over the next few days I'll get even more. But also what surprised me was how many people were already understanding that we were going to need to do something about this and understood about Martin versus Boise. It was really shocking. Initially, I ended up, this is a real small number, and mind you, I just put it out this afternoon, but it was 17 people said yes to do it. 17 people said yes, but that it really should be where the whole majority of the people are. 28 said no, and 8 people said maybe they needed more information. So it was actually fairly split up. If you added up the 2 yes columns, were 34 of them. It's just they couldn't agree as to where. So I was extremely surprised by that, by the compassion of Redondo. But the people who were maybe or against or had yes with some questions came up with excellent questions. And in the motion that we're going to do, which is to decide on, I would like to propose, and I think Todd's agreeing with me, is that we will make the motion that we will explore this with, I want to have answers for my residents, which is a lot of procedural questions of what they wanted to know. First of all, the costs. They really didn't want citizens of Redondo Beach to be paying for it. They would much rather have it come out of Measure H, CARES Act, anything like that. They didn't really want it to come out of Redondo Beach General Fund. They also were very concerned about bathroom and shower. Will there be a bathroom and shower in that location? I assume there will be?
There will be a bathroom. It's up to you whether there's a shower. It will only be available, what my recommendation would be, to the people living in the units, that they wouldn't be allowed, it wouldn't be like a bathroom or shower for people outside the units. We have to have it available. Pallet doesn't put them in the units because they want them, again, not to get comfortable, not to want to stay. It's like, okay, it's better than the street. It's humane. You have toilet facilities, but you're working with your housing navigator to get out from there to get into an apartment, which we've seen with the people who successfully completed homeless court. But those are great questions. And
No. I agree that the shower should only be for the people that are in there. We don't want to start inviting everybody to come take a shower and use that bathroom. But these are not necessarily, these are all things that I want to see in the report, that when I make that motion, that these are all things I want to have addressed. Okay. So the case studies that you gave us, which was Sonoma, Maui, and Riverside, they were provided by Pallet, and of course they're selling these pallets, and they discussed about the initial installation of them. I'd love to see follow-up reports on these. And for example, somebody mentioned that Venice has an A-bridge housing, and ever since they put them in, they've had a significant increase in police, fire, and EMS calls. And so I'd like to see a little bit more follow-up of different cities that have done something like this. Let's see, and where would they be fed? I think you already answered that you weren't planning on feeding them on site, that they would go to wherever they normally go to go get fed.
Correct.
And also, what's the exit strategy? So you touched on it a little bit, that the idea is that Harbor Interfaith would identify people that would be in these pallets, and then it's to get them moved on to more permanent housing, correct? So
right.
At least now we know how to find them. So one of the calls I made was to Lila, and she said, she says sometimes the police department and other staff spend hours looking for these people. They finally get them a service, and then they spend hours trying to find them again. If they were in this housing, they would at least know where to go find them, and it would just save hours of time.
And we'll come up with some sort of, in order to get the housing, we may condition it on, complying with your housing navigator, because, it doesn't do us any good if you're not working towards becoming, housing ready.
Well, that leads to another question that's not on here. So, okay. So will there be a program or process to move them into permanent housing was the question. But so walk me through this. Somebody's sleeping on the street. And so the police go up to them with their mental health professional there and says, hey, you can't sleep here. It's against the ordinance here in Redondo Beach. He goes, I don't have any place to go. I've got a bed for you. So send them over to go get the bed. And they say, no, I don't want to go to that bed. Then you can actually just tell them, well, then you got to move along because you can't camp here. Is that, or give them a ticket?
You can take an enforcement action.
Okay, you can take some kind of enforcement action to make
right, sure. Because at that point, and we'll have to carefully construct the rules to comply with Martin versus Boise. At that point, they're making a choice, and it just holds that we can't, enforce the ordinances against someone who has no choice. It can't. There's nowhere to sleep, and in this case, if there's an available bed, they're making a choice, and they don't get to make that choice if we have an alternative for them, either in Redondo or under my legal opinion, at least within SPA 8. So
the promise to remove, if we find that this situation, this pallet program is untenable, what would that take? And so if people are walking through the neighborhoods to get from the housing to the food or to whatever else they need, and they start causing problems, and who's going to define what those problems are? At what point do we say this is unsuccessful and we remove it? What kind of, do we have to give them notice of it? And when we do remove it, they're homeless and we don't offer them a bed, they can just squat right where they are, couldn't they?
Well, the second choice is they can now currently. And so it's designed to prevent that. And the first choice is, the reason I was attracted to this is we'll set it up in such a way that if you want to end the program, you can end the program, and you can you can dismantle the units. But these are all questions that we'll study in more depth to make certain that there isn't any unintended consequence. But I wanted to at least present it to you because it gives you maximum flexibility.
I agree. And so you already answered, okay, somebody suggested that we lease a lot outside of Redondo and put up the pallet programs. Just a thought. I thought that was kind of an ingenious thing. Someone mentioned, and this is to put in the report, the San Clemente has addressed the homeless issue in a fairly comprehensive manner. I haven't had time to look that up, what that means. And so they wanted to know if we reviewed how they did it. And what about ensuring neighborhood safety? One of the things somebody said is that the police are understaffed as it is in Redondo Beach. And what kind of processes are we going to put in to ensure safety of the neighborhood, of wherever we decide to put it? Let's see. Okay, you're going to love this one. Ready? It would be more useful to add additional units. I'm zoned R2, and I could easily add 2 smaller units to my property. Adding more housing would eventually reduce housing costs and make housing go away. Don't even answer anybody. I just letting you know that's what was said, okay? So what security measures? There seems to be a lot about security measures and then what services will be provided, which you already kind of answered. There will be wraparound services. And also somebody wanted to know what community outreach would we do to if they needed supplies or help. So that's the kind of questions that people were asking, and I'd like that in that report.
Those are all, maybe with one exception, those are all great questions. And if we get direction to go explore it further, we will absolutely try and answer those. Security is a huge thing for me. And so I want to make certain that it doesn't make the situation worse. But we're starting with a place where we can't enforce, the police have limitations on what they can enforce. And the only thing I would say is the lot works. I'd love to hear suggestions. If anyone knows of the city that'd be willing to, a lot we can rent in a city that would be amenable to it, I will call them tomorrow. But I foresee we'll run into similar issues in terms of the city not being overly thrilled to have Redondo housing its homeless in their city. But absolutely, it could work if there is such a place.
Well, and I know, and I'm open to everybody having a conversation, but I would just like to go ahead and make a motion that we bring this back with a discussion of different places, have all the questions answered. Meanwhile, all of us go educate our public on what this means and why, and have it come back at the earliest convenience, along with the follow-up, those questions.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So essentially what we're setting up here with this is a shelter. It is not, people look at this and say, oh, it's just a pallet bed. No, it's not a pallet bed. It's a shelter. It's a full-blown shelter. So looking at that from that angle, I like to get more of a breakdown on the individual costs of these units. The paperwork said $2,400, and now I wrote in here $4,900 up to $8,000, and some of these units have air conditioning. Well, listen, I'll be honest with you guys. I don't have air conditioning in my place. It was 81 degrees when I started this meeting today, and it's only 77 right now. So, quite frank about it, we don't need air conditioning. I don't want air conditioning in these things.
So that is it's great commentary. I would say if it was a week ago, all I heard all about for a week was from my wife was how we need to put air conditioning. And we have the discussion one week per year when we have the heat wave.
It was 86 in this room when I was doing this meeting.
I can address that.
So I will say, and then Patrick can address it, but we can pick and choose the different things. I asked for, during our meeting, and he figured out the actual number. If we had 15 of the smaller units that had everything, what would the cost of the units be with tax and shipping? And it was, I think, $119,000. Again, that would be, that's assuming that we're going to use CARES fund or some type of grant funds. Now, if none of it works, then we can completely change whether we go forward. But just so you'll know, at 15 units, which is based on Lila's recommendation, the cost of the units fully fleshed out would be $119. It would be less if we
don't take air conditioning.
Right, exactly. Patrick, did you want to?
Well, I was going to say the lower number that you originally mentioned was likely in reference to a cost per bed on our base shelter without any of the additional options. So we have multiple options that drive the cost up, and also including the cost of shipping and including the cost of our assembly services in that as well. So yeah, we can definitely reduce, take out air conditioning. If you don't want air conditioning, we can use our larger shelter and do 2 beds per shelter and reduce your cost per bed. You can, after COVID, you can add more beds into the individual units. Whatever you want to do, you have the ability to do. I can tell you it's much more cost effective than other shelter options. And again, an asset to the city versus renting hotel rooms that you don't see that money after it's spent.
And I fully believe that this shelter idea is a phenomenal idea to solve the cost of the actual individual housing unit, and I agree with that. Where we now go down the path of is the site costs, long-term site costs. So let's talk about that for a second. So I almost kind of see 2 independent types of sites: a temporary site set up that literally has bare minimum services. So like you just have these shelters and you have some bathroom services and that's it. No electrical hookup, nothing. And then you have a little bit more maybe of a permanent thing where you have these individual units and you do run electricity through that, and a totally different location. And that's being run more of a shelter versus this location I just described is more on a dirt lot on the corner, where you have a bunch of extra land. It's just dirt right now. And that's to get people into this housing so we can enforce our anti-camping ordinance. And then you go further down this little bit more longer term. Hey, you've been here for 2-3 weeks, a month now. Let's get you over here. You're okay with it. So what is the site need then for what I'm seeing here? A site need for more long-term location is power, bathrooms, definitely bathrooms, shower, some sort of like cordoned off area, so to speak, a security cordoned off area. What else do you need? I mean, is parking then going to be somewhat of a requirement? Could you have on-site services for people showing up, like case managers showing up? What is that, Patrick, that you've seen in other places that you need for more longer-term sites? Infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, parking isn't necessary as long as you have a place, whether it be on the street or somewhere for your caseworkers and people to park. Outside of that, unless you're making it some sort of safe parking site, also there isn't necessarily a need for that. And it's really site dependent and depends on what you want to do. I mean, we have sites that have porta potties. We have sites that have more luxurious toilet and shower trailers brought on sites. We have other sites that you're using it outside of an existing community center or community building where you're accessing those services. So it becomes very inexpensive because you don't have to bring on any of the other on-site items. In terms of power consumption or power hookups and all of those things, there are 1 or 2 instances that I know of in the state where there's people that are jurisdictions that have erected some sort of structure, whether it's a pallet shelter or otherwise, that don't have electricity. According to state code, you have to provide electricity and heat. Whether or not you guys have different ordinances or adopt different ordinances, what you're allowed to do for emergency housing, then but those are just some considerations. But we do very much advocate for that, a similar type of model to what you're mentioning that allows for kind of intake spot with less services, and then as people can graduate on or move on, they're in a location that has more services. Sometimes they're on the same property, sometimes they're separate properties, but allowing for that idea of kind of graduation from one type of shelter to another, and hopefully moving on to permanent housing from there. And
Right.
that's where pallet shelters have been very successful and successfully used by other jurisdictions, is in having real high rates of people moving on to permanent housing, because you give somebody a stable
step. Right. Stepping into it versus just straight from the street to an apartment. You're still there. Regarding the requirements of the Boise decision, Boise decision basically just says we have to be able to provide them a bed and a place to sleep. It does not requirement that we have bathrooms and showers and study areas and eating facilities and cleaning and all those things, correct?
Right. We may have, as Patrick mentioned, there may be other requirements that, we can't allow something subject to code. But if we get direction, we're going to be looking at all that. The one thing we can't do is, have anything that would be unconstitutional. So, for example, Boise had a lot of shelters, but a number of them were run by religious organizations, and they had prayer services, and they had other activities that were part of being in there. And they found that in the non-religious, they couldn't prove that there were beds available at the time the plaintiffs were cited, and they couldn't count the other religious ones. And so we'll be looking specifically at Martin versus Boise to find out what we can and can't require.
So what I'm going at now is, everyone that we're bringing to these shelters is we have a case manager on site, and it's going to be really easy with Project Rimke. They all have a case manager, and we all know two of them, Ramon and Lila. So that's the easy part. Moving forward, because we're not going to solve this problem overnight or just with Harbor Interfaith. Can we have Harbor Interfaith manage such a location? And being that they are a religious organization, faith-based, and that's a question you don't have to answer tonight or moving forward. But that's the question that Harbor Interfaith does a phenomenal job. I see them being very successful. Path, on the other hand, is very corporate. I've seen them in action, and it's mostly in action, and it's just they're not as successful as other organizations. I mean, Harbor Interfaith does a phenomenal job, just absolutely phenomenal job. So
I would agree with that assessment, though. Path started attending our homeless court, which they never did that before. They were there that Wednesday, and so I have some hope that they'll continue. And I think the short answer is my belief is that Harbor Interfaith may be allowed to operate it if they don't include any religious services as a condition of staying in the temporary shelter.
Yes, Salvation Army does that. I don't think they require it.
But we'll answer that, when we bring this and all the other excellent questions if we get direction to bring it back to you.
Right. I mean, I was looking at Dominguez Park, where we have some of those areas of land maybe underneath the power lines or non-power line areas. I mean, there's a place next to the Public Works here. It might be Torrance. I'd have to check exactly. But there's a lot of open space there, but there's no electrical connection. So, I think there's plenty of areas up there that are available, open space that are, available. And I think definitely we need to go down this path. As you know, we spoke earlier, and the concerns that other council members here are speaking of, and my viewpoint being, hey, this is essentially a two-step process. You have very basic limited area and then more long-term shelter area. And of course, case management and all that security stuff. And really those wraparound services, and you understand where I'm going with that. So that are my comments and questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, Council Member Horvath.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say thank you to my colleagues for the openness in this conversation tonight. I know it can be challenging, and I just appreciate what everybody has said thus far. And I apologize, as Mike did, for this kind of being sprung upon you. It was 2 weeks ago tomorrow that we had the initial presentation from Patrick at our homeless regional task force, and Mike and I just had a conversation afterwards and realized how much this kind of plays into the strategies we're already employing here and we're having such success with, and we just had that presentation last month, right? And it was amazing to hear the successes that Mike and Lila and the whole team are experiencing with Homeless Court. So I just appreciate Mike and our staff for actually accommodating us, and thank you, Patrick, for being here tonight and talking with us last Wednesday. I recognize that this is challenging, and I recognize that there's 19 people and a variety of e-comments and angry people. And to Councilmember Lowenstein's point, a whole host of those people are coming from outside of Redondo Beach. And I did get contacted by a council member asking me from another city to shut this down. And the one thing I would say is I realize that sometimes it's hard. We've had conversations around other topics about being on the cutting edge and about being leaders in any one direction. And the truth is we are being leaders in the fight against homelessness. And we're doing a good job of it. And there was recognition. There was a lot of recognition last week at Homeless Court. There should be more, because I think what we're doing is not only scalable, but it is something that is repeatable in all our sister cities. And the truth is, whether it's Hermosa, Manhattan, Torrance, Lawndale, doesn't matter. Every city needs to be participating in this. And some are slowly. We are definitely moving a bit quicker and being very creative in the strategies we're using. But I'm, like I said initially, I'm grateful to hear the openness here to having this discussion, because this strategy helps us accomplish what really is the end goal. And it's to get people into a transitional temporary type housing so that we can have those wraparound services here and not have Lila driving all over the place. Or Ramon or Path, and we are able to, in a more efficient manner, get those individuals into the services they need, which then helps us get them into permanent supportive housing, which, by the way, is lacking. And if anybody read the articles in the LA Times last week, just building affordable housing right now is, I think, at a price tag of $540,000 a unit. So, clearly, this is a big battle we're having, but this is a very small step that we can take to help these individuals. And I recognize that, sometimes, we only think about our constituents as being the people who are voting, but a lot of these people, as we've heard from the anecdotal stories, they've lived here for almost their whole lives, or they lived here and they came back because this is where they were comfortable as a homeless person, because they had grown up here or whatnot. So these people, deserve our time and attention. I think, to Laura and Todd's point, the whole point of this is to be temporary. I believe Patrick, I don't think he talked about it today, but he did talk about it last week. A lot of these residents typically stay for 90 days, sometimes less, sometimes a little bit more, but the goal is to have them graduate, if you will, to the next, location, a more permanent location, where they're still going to require wraparound services. And so, when you hear the stories that were coming out of Homeless Court, even the one individual that Mike, Joy, and Anna shared in their presentation, who keeps coming back now, even though he has a place to live, because he still feels a connection to the community and is so grateful for what he's been able to do. I hope that we do direct staff to pursue the purchase of the transitional shelters. And let me just point out, when we had this conversation with staff, I know, right now we are in a tough time financially as a result of COVID and the budget stuff. And I don't want to pretend that I think that like this is just something we're going to do with monies we have here in the city. This, the one reason that Mike and I thought that this was a possible thing is because the capital costs to buy the units can be done using FEMA monies, and then we would have them. We would own them outright and could use them in any way. But to some of the other points brought up by each of you, you're right. These sites would require operational and maintenance costs ongoing, right? And so those, I'm right now trying to figure out where we can get Measure H funds. What would we need? What do those costs look like? Because this is not a burden that we can absorb as a city, but there are mechanisms out there which a vast majority of the public actually voted for. Measure H was overwhelmingly voted positive here in Redondo Beach. So that does show, to Laura's point, that there are a lot of people that do care about helping unhoused individuals. So I just want to say I don't take it lightly. I'm looking and I'm trying to figure out how we can fund it, whether that's on a temporary basis, to get through the COVID crisis, or on a little bit longer basis. I respect Todd's comments that this is not meant to be a long-term permanent thing. And that's fine. And whether, the one other thing I should point out was, there was a comment made, we could move this to look at different locations. You could move it around. It was brought up in our conversation with staff that, yes, we could move it around district to district, and it wouldn't necessarily impact anybody in a long-term basis in any one area. But, there are cost implications clearly of moving something every, 60 to 90 days. So, finding one place that we could use would definitely probably make it easier for us from a cost perspective. But I'll be spending as much of my free time as I can looking for funding sources. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Grant.
All right. Well, it's great to always go, well, not always go last, but to go last, because I do get to hear my colleagues. Again, I also thank you all for being very open-minded towards this. I'm Brown acted with Christian on this, so I kind of got a download. Was able to speak to Mike Webb this morning and spoke about a couple of different things. What you're starting to understand about me is that I'm very pragmatic, and I do think that when you have a pretty large undertaking like we're looking at here, which is creating, as Nils appropriately said, creating a shelter, you have to kind of keep it in phases, or let's try to attack the problem, the specific problem right now, and keep it temporary, as Todd has mentioned as well. That being said, looking at areas where we're kind of like putting it out of our sight, or trying to kind of hide it in some place that goes along, doesn't necessarily get us the issue that we want, and it doesn't take care of the thing that we want. We can look at this as a longer term solution, but the immediate thing that I spoke about with both Kristen and Mr. Webb was, we need this to be transactional, which means temporary, rather than beginning a pipeline where now we are seen as a homeless shelter on an ongoing basis. That's, I think, what Laura saw in a lot of her comments was that's not what we're trying to do. We need to focus specifically on dealing with the next phase after Project Roomkey. Just do that, and I think we start to figure this out. And that's how entrepreneurs work: is you tackle the problem that's right in front of you as you're trying to lay plans to go forth. That being said, I've kind of put some thought on this afternoon, and again, Todd, I appreciate you thinking out of the box or looking at other places, and I think it's highly worth looking at the area that you spoke about it in District 4. I'll remind you of one thing in District 4, specifically that area, is that there's already what I would call a homeless issue near Ralph's right there already. And I don't want to exacerbate that, but again, I'm totally down for looking at that area and other places. Here's a place that I came up with that I need everybody to kind of just keep an open mind about. We have a place right now that fits all the criterion that Nils has listed off. It needs to have a gate already around it. It needs to have some facilities or the ability for us to keep it secure. It needs to be a place where we can all kind of watch it so that it's a place that we all share, not everybody, okay? And a place that we actually control. We're looking at a place where we can make sure this is temporary. This is a temporary solution, which means it requires a temporary area. That place, if you check off all those boxes, is the lagoon. We know how to secure that place. We know we can put these areas up in here. They're behind that gate. We have bathrooms. I don't know if there's a shower there, but we could actually install a shower if there was one there, and it's there. Just looked it up. The 109 line for getting in and out of the area, there's a bus right there. It is a short walk over to the homeless court. It is the right spot if we can be open-minded enough to consider it. I understand no one wants this in their backyard. I get it. That's why folks from other cities are telling us shut this down, or we're starting to look at all of our neighbors. They're saying don't put it here. That place, it's not near schools. There's not a lot of stuff going on down there, but it's someplace we can control. And what I'm finding and what I'm hearing Mr. Diller talk about is that when these folks actually are being treated humanely, given a place to reside, at least while they're starting to dig through. We have a parking lot right there so that our folks can come up and they can actually park and they can work with them and do all that. But when they are actually treated humanely and we're trying to resolve the problem, they respect their area. They live here now, at least temporarily, and it's not going to be this kind of a thing going on, a kind of a free-for-all. It's what everyone kind of looks at as, oh my goodness, we're going to have all these folks around here. So I'd like to open-mindedly look at the lagoon as a viable solution. And I'll say it this way. If you want something to be taken care of, you put it in plain sight so that everybody needs to take care of it. We can actually have our police down there. We can actually have this be managed as far as everybody is involved, not just one area where off in the corner of someplace. I think this gives us the ability to actually focus in on how do we take care of the post room key COVID situation until those orders are there, we have a vaccine and we can start going. I think that's what our current plan should be. We should be laser focused on what we're going to do with these 30 plus people that may or may not come back. That's how I look at it, and that's how I try to take the look at the problem. And I'm up for totally looking at other places, but I think we have a very viable candidate right in front of us. So that's my thought.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Grant. Councilmember Nierenheim, did you mean to have your hand up?
I did not. Sorry, I'll lower it.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, just to clarify again, Mike Webb, that we basically have three choices. One, do nothing. Two, direct you to come back with some options, location specific. And three, potentially work with another area in SPA 8 that SPA, tell us what SPA stands for, Mike. I don't think that came up yet. Maybe I missed it.
Service
plan area.
Yeah, thank you.
Service plan area. Okay. Yeah.
On the P part. So, and we're within SPA 8. So.
Okay. So that's our area. And Christian, maybe you know best where it includes.
SPA is pretty much the South Bay. So it's Inglewood, pretty much all the way down to the San Pedro area.
Okay. More or less the cog, I guess. Close.
Roughly, the lines are a little bit different, but in a rough sense, it's almost the South Bay.
Yeah. Okay. With that, I guess we'll go to public comment. I don't see any other hands up. So,
okay.
How do we want to handle this, Eleanor?
Yeah, I'm going to go through actually the Zoom public calls are majority, pretty much all of them are for Redondo Beach. And then I'm going to go through the list based on how they registered.
Okay.
And then we have 41 comments. So that, I don't know where that.
Yeah, I don't think we're not gonna have time to read 41.
We can read those, right? We can just read the comments?
They're in our record.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's,
we don't-
I just wanted to note that for the record.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first person will be Melinda Kendry, and then Dawn Thompson, and then Lisa Benali. So
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and this is. Okay. So I'm waiting for Melinda. Okay, I don't see her. It's not let me see here. Okay, it's not okay, so I'll try her again, but let's go to the next person. Dawn Thompson. Okay, I don't know why it's okay, there we go. So Dawn Thompson?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't think it was unmuting the other person. To be honest with you, I'm not going to waste your time. You guys pretty much answered most of my questions. The one thing I had for Laura was she had mentioned the independent studies. I'd like to know in that order, can you request that it not be done by palette? I didn't quite understand. Could it be independent?
Yeah, I was actually asking staff to give me that.
Okay. That was the one thing that I didn't get answered on there, but everything else that I had, a list of 11 questions, actually you guys were great at answering. So that was my only question that I was confused about.
Hey, well, thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
I don't know why there's an echo.
Because they have it on. Okay. Let's go for Melinda again. It's not, okay, so it's not working. I'm not sure why. Okay. Okay, there we go. Lisa?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So a couple of questions. Judge Carter historically has said that a city needs to be able to have beds for 60% of their clients in order to enforce the anti-camping ordinance. At the last count, Redondo Beach had 178 homeless people. That means you need to have 100 beds available to enforce the anti-camping ordinance. I need that to be verified. So Project Room Key has been in place for, 6 months. How many of your Project Room Key clients have moved to permanent housing? And you say the palette is to move people to permanent housing. If Project Room Key has not been successful, what makes you think pallet housing will be successful? Thirdly, pallet housing is a shelter. It doesn't matter the type of housing, it's a shelter. Let's look at Venice housing shelter for success. It is a disaster. The crime, the 911 calls, the fires, the transients aggregating outside of the area, that's what you need. Those are the metrics you need to look at. Venice shelter. It doesn't matter the materials that it's made of, it matters that it's a shelter. Have you queried the schools around the area? How many feet from this public shelter are schools? The preschool across the street, the Manhattan Academy, there's a preschool by Trader Joe's. Have you spoke to any of those schools? Have you spoke to the residents? This seems like this is an effort to circumvent the residents' concerns. I urge you to have a community meeting with residents of Redondo Beach and Manhattan Beach. What is the implication to Manhattan Beach of having this shelter? Will the homeless that are refuse housing be moved to Manhattan Beach? What happened to the regional plan that Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and Redondo Beach went into? Why not have a regional approach, sit down with the city governments of all 3 cities and come up with a solution? Thirdly, Residents are the ones who vote, pay taxes. You need to listen to them. I urge you to move the shelter to an area. The lagoon is good. The Mingus area by the cemetery is great. But to have a homeless shelter by residents without their input is ignoring the residents who pay property taxes and vote. And believe me, we will be voting. Again, you need to consider the impact of your putting homeless at the aviation center. It's a sports center, a community center, a place where families go, and you need to have their input. And you really do studies about the impact of shelters on communities. I urge you to look at the Venice shelter on Rhodes, which has been a disaster. And temporary, we know government, when they say temporary, it means permanent.
Time.
It's like a tax. Is that it?
Thanks for your
Thank
comments. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has 3 minutes, so thank you.
Okay, so Krista Hartwell.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Hi. Yeah, I was wondering, and I don't know if I missed this, I've been listening in for quite some time, if there's been any consideration of a coalition among the beach cities. I actually live in District 5, that's where my home is, but I grew up in the beach cities, and I consider the whole South Bay to be a pretty porous area and a larger beach community, and I see this as an issue across all of the beach cities, especially when you just kind of look at the shape of Redondo Beach, how it passes through all of them. And I thought that some group collaboration might come up with a stronger response or more options, or perhaps even more resources available by collaborating with the other cities. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you, Christian. It's a good comment.
Okay, next person is Nancy King.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, council people. I will try to make this short, and I really appreciated what Lisa said and the other lady just before here. I think that is pretty prudent to do. So, given the fact that Mr. Webb has put forth 3 things to look at, I will just say that I think the pallet housing idea is good. The federal funding is good if you can get the money. I think finding out whether you can get the money will make a big difference in terms of doing this. That should be like number 1. But I think location is really the issue. When I reviewed the Riverside and Sonoma locations, the Riverside location was really in an industrial area. And the Sonoma location was in a parking lot next to a vineyard. It looked really nice, I have to say. But all these things that everybody's saying about, I appreciate the fact, Mr. Webb, that there's a sense of urgency here to get the funding before the end of the year. But like Lisa was saying, and the lady before, that location is fraught with a lot of issues. And you did open the door to that situation by saying in your proposal that it was near a residential, that it's not near a residential area. Well, that is where residents go. It is the park, it is the preschool. I don't even know what Northrop Grumman would have to say about this or whether they've even been contacted about it yet, but it's an issue. And so as much as it's great to have a quick place to go, I think it's the nature of people to leave things where they are once they're in place. And just like Patrick said, suddenly Sonoma decided that they were going to expand it and make it permanent. So these things happen that way. It's just the way they happen. So if something ends up landing there for a temporary basis, I have a feeling that it never ends up being temporary. And like some of the other council people have said, moving things around is expensive. And by the time you finish adding in all the services you're going to need for these people, this is not a $120,000 project. It's going to be a $200,000 project. The other issue is You have twofold objectives here in this whole program. One is transitioning those people in the Project Room Key program, and the other is to satisfy ordinance enforcement. So you're going to need probably another 15. Look, it's like jail cells. You need to have these available to put people in. So there's a difference between shelter programs to transition people from Project Room Key and all that, what that means, and having temporary places for people that you need to get off the street any single night. Now, if that's going to be the place, if you're not providing full services with electrical, with sanitary facilities, along with food and access to public health, then those centers need to be near these services. You can't just bus people out to another location. Where are they going to get their supplies from? How are they going to get back into town? So the idea of it being near the lagoon.
Sorry, Nancy, your 3 minutes is up.
Oh, that was fast. All right, I'm done. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Okay. Valerie Fernandez.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for taking input today. The things that I had submitted to Laura and I think to you, Eleanor, maybe, they've been pretty much addressed in the meeting, except for one, but just to reiterate the permanence of this structure. I think we all know, like taxes and baggage fees, once they're applied, they're there to stay. And, in addition to the expense of moving these units and reconnecting electrical, potentially water and setting up facilities for them, that's going to be a cost. I don't think the city's going to want to continue to lay out to move them around. The other is, I don't know where the most of the current homeless people are eating. If they're back here behind the aviation gym, they're going to have to transition to the places that they normally eat. Is that, down at a church in South Redondo? Are they going to be hanging around Trader Joe's up here across from the preschool? I think that's a huge factor if the plan is not to provide food for them, which I think is a good idea. One of the council members mentioned that it wouldn't be a good idea to put this in a park. It is in a park. Aviation Park, when it's full blown going, is full of, soccer teams. There's a children's play structure right next to the plot that this is being considered for. I just looked at that on a map. But lastly, the other thing that I did not hear addressed is, so we have 30 units. When person 31 is found on the street, 31 through, let's say, 50, can they be allowed to go camp on the beach or stay where they're at because we're at full capacity with our 30? Are we going to continue adding units as people flock to the cities, knowing what kind of facilities we offer? And are people going to come from neighboring cities to Redondo because they know we're at capacity and therefore they can sleep in the parks, or they know that we have open units and they can come here? So it's honorable, I think, to try and be the first ones to offer this, but it could also be used against the city. I think that we could be, set up to draw people in from all over, especially if our neighboring cities like Manhattan Beach aren't taking care of this. So anyway, I like the idea of the lagoon. Not just because it's not near my backyard, which, to be honest, aviation is. I have dealt with mentally ill people, and they're very, very unpredictable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Val.
Okay, next is Patty Fry.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I'd like to echo that I think what the previous callers have said, I really would echo with many of those comments, particularly Nancy's and Valerie's and the caller before Nancy. A couple things. I don't understand why this is not being considered as a coalition among all of the SPA 8 cities. Not just the beach cities, but especially the beach cities. We are one contiguous area. I have lived in Redondo Beach for 29 years. I've been in District 5 the entire time. And I routinely spend time in Hermosa, Manhattan, Torrance. We're all one big residential community. As soon as Redondo establishes a shelter, all of the homeless from all of the cities are going to come to Redondo. And if we do it in a vacuum without including the other beach cities, we will become that magnet and draw in a population that's greater than we had planned for, and the issues that other callers have just mentioned, including not having, we will run out of bed space and we won't be able to enforce ordinances. And we will be bearing the burden for not just Redondo, but for the other cities as well. This is a broader issue and not solvable by one small city in the South Bay, but rather should be addressed by the entire Spa 8 community. I don't agree with establishing a shelter within the bounds of the city of Redondo Beach at all, because it will draw from all of the other cities. We have homeless encampments now along the freeways at the Inglewood off-ramp. We have homeless people walking in my neighborhood in North Redondo. I know I've heard that they're in front of the council members' homes as well. If we have shelters, we will tend to draw them here more because they will have services. I'm a compassionate person, but like another caller said, these places should not be near parks or community centers or grocery stores or people where our young children and teenage daughters are routinely spending time and running at Aviation Park or whatever they're doing. These should instead be in an area that's isolated away from residential communities. And I don't think you can find a site in Redondo, Manhattan, Hermosa, Torrance that isn't within walking distance of somebody's home. So we need to look in a broader space, maybe some of the empty land along the 405 in the Carson area. Maybe it's a Spa 8 collaboration that looks at a reasonable location for people to get back on their feet, but that does not endanger children, women, and others who would be at risk. Thank you. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Penny. And I just want to chime in for a second that if we do nothing, as we said, the homeless will be choosing where they're going to go. So, there's no perfect solutions, but I'm hearing a lot of comments that are, either work together with the other cities, which really hasn't worked, or do nothing. So we may go down that road of doing nothing. We'll see. But our fear, and this is a proactive approach and not something honorable we're doing it as a proactive to protect the community, not to, degrade it. And we're worried about what's coming and taking a proactive approach or not. We don't have to do anything. So next.
Okay, so Anna Wagner, I'm going to pick her phone. She's on here twice, so I'm going to. Okay, let's see. Okay, so that's not working. So I'm going to go ahead and pick her other one. Okay, Anna. Okay. It's not coming on, so I'm going to go to the next one. Lena. Okay, Lena. Oh, she disappeared. Okay. Kate Manuel. Okay, that's not working. Not sure. They're not. Oh, there we go.
Somebody's there. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I think I'm sort of copying a lot of what has already been said, but I want to drive home the point about aviation field or aviation park as the option. It's important to know that that field is heavily used for youth sports on a daily. Hundreds of kids are training on that field every day from school hours until late in the evening. The field space is extremely hard to come by for youth sports. So my question is, are we, the proposed encampment, what happens to aviation field as a public space? And are we as parents supposed to send our kids to a practice field next to a homeless encampment with residents that have mental health issues and drug addiction issues? Or are youth sports losing out on one of their playing fields? I think it's kind of irresponsible to think that this is just a Redondo Beach conversation, that it's just a Redondo Beach decision. It directly affects Manhattan residents in East Manhattan. There are daycare facilities all around this park. You have the Performing Arts Center, and it negatively affects their business. It negatively affects all the kids that go to practice there for dance rehearsals and dance performances. You've got kids by the hundreds going through and around that park, and you are partnering them up potentially with 30, 40, 50, who's to say, mentally ill. I mean, we're realistically, when it comes to homelessness, we know that it's a higher percentage of mental illness and or drug addiction. So my question to this council is, are you prepared for what comes next if, God forbid, something were to happen to any of these kids? It's not the right location. It is residential. It backs up to residents of North Redondo, East Manhattan. It backs up to Northrop Grumman and all of their employees. So I'm kind of having a hard idea, understanding how Northrop is on board with this. I don't think it's a well fleshed out plan by any means. I think without having restrooms, that the default restroom becomes the restroom that all the kids use during practice. So now I have to wonder, is my daughter walking into a restroom with who? Who's going to be in that restroom doing what? These are things that are just, for the fact that this is even in discussion and this is even on the table, to me feels incredibly irresponsible. And I think I agree with other speakers in saying this has to be discussed beyond Redondo. It does affect Hermosa, Manhattan, El Segundo, Westchester, Palos Verdes. These kids come from every area to practice on that field. So you have to engage all the families if you're going to take that field away or subject our children to this kind of environment. It is irresponsible, and the fallout will be significant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next one is Mark Manuel. Okay, he's not there. Okay, so I'm going to go to the next person. Glenn.
Oh.
Hi, Glenn.
Hi. No, I just want to reiterate, the points that Kate Manuel said before about just the safety of our children and everything. And I think it's important to realize just how widely used that space is. I mean, I think there's another speaker earlier that said, it's a community space where between Aviation Park, Aviation Gym, the Performing Arts Center, it's a place that I've taken my own kids, throughout their childhood, whether it's for a sporting event, for, a dance competition, for any sort of arts, or cultural event. I just think we need to find a space that is, maybe it is out in the open. I think I really did appreciate the councilman that suggested the lagoon, if only because it is out in the open. And I think in that way, people will pay more attention to it and will make more of an effort to make it temporary. If it's in a space that's, tucked away into some corner of a park, it's really easy to not, to forget that it's there, and it just goes with the status quo. People, they just leave it be. But if it's out in the open, somewhere like Lagoon, it can be monitored, it can be secure, and actually people will make a real effort to make it temporary. Because I think everyone agrees that it's an issue that needs to be addressed, but I just think we all need to make sure that it's not something that's temporary. That's all I've got.
Okay, thank you, Glenn.
Okay, the next person is Emery. Okay, so they must not be near their phone. Okay, so I'm going to go to Holly Osborne.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I was going to ask about Northrop Grumman because I used to work there, but I thought of something else. About a week ago, I went to Sears because I thought they were having a closeout sale, It was the most cavernous, empty place I have ever been, and it was huge, just huge. And I want to know if there are any other stores like that that are totally empty, that you could actually put some of these pallets inside and make that into a whole bunch of mini shelters. And then if you walled it off from the rest of the mall or the rest of the complex, you've got your place where they're sealed in. You've got the bathrooms already there. I just wondered, has anybody thought of that, using buildings that are already there that are empty? So that's it.
Okay. Thanks, Sally. We're pretty much got to go with some public property, but there's going to be a lot of empty buildings after COVID's over.
Okay, so there are some that didn't, I've asked to unmute and they didn't respond. So I just want to make sure if you're, you can raise your hand, or if you're on the phone, *9. Otherwise, we're done with the Zoom participation.
Okay. Are we done with public comment then?
Yes, Zoom.
For now. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any of these people. And then we have 41 e-comments.
Yeah, we have those in our file. Right?
Okay, great.
Not seeing any hands up. It was pretty much unanimous against that location. I don't know. Some of them were from District 5. Others sound like maybe they're from Manhattan Beach, but whatever. We still got a decision to make. And in terms of, I heard a lot of comments about working with other communities. That is the whole point of SPA 8, which already exists. But, you know, we are taking kind of a proactive approach of Redondo Beach. And I don't see the other cities, I haven't heard anyway, of them doing something similar. Again, it all comes down, as many people said, to location, location, location. Seaside Lagoon's an interesting idea. I'm open-minded to it, but I think you're going to see the same turnout. As soon as you put Seaside Lagoon on the agenda, all the residents right there at Seascape and the Village and the boaters and, you know, this Crown Plaza, oh, they'll be out there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think there's been a motion made, but it'd be good to continue to vet this.
There was a motion.
Made, Laura?
By Laura, Todd seconded it.
I apologize. Was it, can you repeat it, please, Laura?
It was to address all the concerns that I brought up originally and all the rest of us had, and to come back with alternate locations, addressing the procedural concerns that we were brought up.
Okay.
And cost and things like that. Everything else we brought up.
Right.
And also wasn't it also to look elsewhere as well too, SPA 8 or no? Within SPA 8 or no?
Well, that was one of the questions from the people, is that maybe we could rent a place somewhere else. And then that's when Mike made that comment.
Well, we'll continue based on your previous direction,
right,
to try and find a place within SPA 8.
Right.
Eleanor?
And you know, everybody knows they're wondering about Northrop. We got a letter from Northrop, and yeah, they're not in favor of this particular location, obviously.
So,
may I make a comment, Bill? Is it possible?
Sure.
I understand everybody's concern. I really do. My daughters played RBYB. The kids, it was the first thing I said is when this came up was, you know, people are not going to like it when their kids are exposed to this, and I completely understand that. I know one of the callers was very well intentioned when she said we shouldn't be bringing this up. We should be bringing this up, and you should be bringing this up to your council people and not letting them ignore it, because it's falling on us. So just as you're concerned about your neighborhood, and I completely understand, I'd probably be the same way, we're very concerned about our neighbors, our constituents in our districts also bearing the brunt of this. And I'm asking you all to talk to your council people in your neighborhoods, including Manhattan and Hermosa and Torrance, if anybody's here from Torrance, to make sure that we can all work together. Because as Bill said, it's not happening and we're bearing the brunt of it, and people are getting dumped here. And so we're having to deal with this. And these type of unfortunate situations and solutions come up. We need you all to do the legwork as well too. We're not going to get any traction in getting cooperation from the neighborhood cities. So please consider that. I understand your concerns completely. So please do that. Thank you.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Yeah.
To again reiterate what Bill Brand said, what the mayor said earlier, if we don't come up with some kind of process on how to get people out of homelessness in Redondo Beach, they will choose where to set up house. They're going to choose that. And Mayor Brand's words were very wise, and he was right. And so that's the concern we're looking at right now.
Yeah, we won't be able to have any control over it. So people that are worried about vagrants in a particular spot, well, imagine them wandering through the neighborhoods and us being unable to do anything about it. So, I'd hate to have to wait for that to happen before people realize we need to do something. We'd rather do something up front. So anyway, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brad. I take these comments and I hear what people are saying, but, again, putting your head in the sand and saying this isn't a problem or we don't want to deal with the problem is creating a problem far larger and far greater. Come to South Redondo where you can get a free meal 6 days a week. We need to enforce our anti-camping laws, not rules, laws. And we need to find a place to put people. And I worked Project Room Key for over 30 days straight. I was at work every single morning at 7 a.m. Okay, over 30 days. And when you work on a granular level in for weeks at a time, you understand a quality service provider. You understand a quality team of people that deal with this issue on a day-to-day basis, who understand people, who know can manage the problem and manage people and get them services. That's why I kept harking on so much, and I fought so hard a few weeks ago to get Harbor Interfaith to $28,000 for the COVID-related issues, rather than having the money go towards cleaning buses. This is money. This is a very near and dear issue to my heart, because I live in South Redondo, because we have so many homeless-related issues, because of the fact at the end of the day, we have to deal with this problem. And if we have an avenue that we can get these shelters set up at, this is something we need to move forward on. I don't believe that putting them at Seaside Lagoon beachfront property is a wise idea. It's going to create a huge outcry. I'll take one. But again, this is emergency shelter, and I'm not intending upon making these, luxurious places to live in. And people need to understand that we're trying to find a solution to a real human problem. You don't want homeless people living in your backyards. You know how many people that have contacted me in the last 3 years have said there's a homeless person in their backyard in the alleyways, 200 block of the avenues? A lot. They come back home on vacation and somebody's living in their garage. Somebody's living in the alleyway. Somebody's living behind the liquor store. We got to find a place to help them to go somewhere. And it's a step, as Councilman Grant always said, step approach. So finding somewhere to go to help someone feel comfortable to take that first step, to go eventually to take a shower and then to put some clean clothes on, because we take that for granted every single day. And I'm more than happy to find somewhere to put these, to go down this path and move forward. It is important, and we need to find something. In fact, that Manhattan Beach can't find a spot, I think says a lot. So we don't want to we can't throw this on the rug. We're not burying our heads in the sand. We're moving forward with something. So that's how I feel about it, and I'm more than happy to explore this issue moving forward.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, and just to reiterate and piggyback on the comments made by yourself, Mayor, Councilman Narenheim, Lowenstein, and MD, what we're doing here for the public that's listening, the strategies that we're employing are a result of complaints by residents, right? When we started a homeless task force years ago, and now our pilot program, these all stemmed out of residents complaining about the homeless situation as it is right now. So I guess we could start complaining about the strategies that we're proposing, but the thing is, the strategies are making a difference. And so I think as long as we keep that in mind moving forward, and we're having that positive effect, that really, I think, is going to be the end result. And maybe it's anecdotal, coming from Patrick, who is clearly a vendor that is selling a product, but it would be interesting to see what the public response was if there weren't any issues. I think there's a lot of perception issues sometimes, and it can be scary to try something new. And I understand, as Todd mentioned, nobody wants it in their backyard or neighborhood because they're worried about a public safety measure. But I think we're also finding through the anecdotal stories from homeless court that these are just people, who are suffering. And when they get into services, they actually, they are able to live as normal human beings, like we would consider our own neighbors. They're suffering through addiction or mental health issues, but maybe they just need medication or to sober up, and services gets them there. So there's a human element here, and I realize everybody that is speaking today is not coming from a place of non-compassion. It's coming from a place of fear. But I think we're on the right path here. Thanks.
Am I able to make one quick last comment from Pallet?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to address a couple of things really, really quickly. Yes, the marketing materials we sent over were from us, but I'm happy to connect, whether it be people on Mr. Webb's team or other council members, with other council members in communities that have used pallet shelters, whether it be Santa Cruz, Fresno, Sonoma, Riverside. I mean, the mayor of Riverside himself personally bought a shelter and slept in it for a month to draw awareness to the issue that was plaguing the city. So, and spent a lot of time talking to people that were experiencing homelessness in his community. So I encourage not only the council, but mainly your constituents out there that we heard from, to actually talk to some of these folks and ask what they need. And what would get them off the street, what would get them from sleeping in the alleyways and those types of things. So I know that the communities that we've engaged with that have used either pallet shelters or other similar types of product that engage in non-congregate shelter see a huge improvement in the situation and in the lives of the people that need the shelter. So it becomes a win-win when you start actually being able to address the situations that these people are in, both for those individuals and for the community that no longer has the public health threat, that they at least perceived threat of homeless individuals being on their streets as well. So I'd love to connect as many of you as possible to other cities and places that are using this model and have had success with it, so that it's not Pallet's words, it's coming directly from those people and service providers as well. I appreciate the comment from the council member about the value of a good service provider, because it is all the difference. And so I encourage you guys to look really hard at that piece of it, because our shelters aren't the solution, the silver bullet to homelessness by any means or any stretch of the imagination. They're a tool that, when paired with proper services and management, have proven to be very highly successsul in having successful outcomes for people experiencing homelessness, and therefore the entire community in which they're in. And we have no bearing whatsoever on what location, but we're happy at any time to provide at least insight into our thoughts from what we've seen in the dozens and dozens of communities we're working in. So we're happy to provide insight there and help in any way we can. I would hope that you look for something inside of your city, since they are your residents. They're community members of your community, so shipping them off to another city, hopefully you can find a solution within your own borders. And I can tell you from other cities that have had similar concerns as some of the commenters around it drawing people from other locations. One, it doesn't happen, and two, you can set up processes and things to verify where people are from and only accept residents of Redondo Beach into your shelters. So it becomes a non-issue pretty easily if you manage it
Great. Well, thank you for that, Patrick. It's an interesting factoid too, that we grew up in Redondo Beach. So I think it's important we continue this discussion. This problem is not going away, and we're just going to have to continue this and continue to assess what our best steps are and locations. And it is about locations and what people are comfortable with. And, while we call it temporary, there's going to have to be a long-term solution. While, this location may be temporary, we have to think long-term as well, because this isn't going to be over in 90 days. So with that, are there any more comments?
Mayor, I have one more person that came in. Do you want me to?
Sure, go ahead.
Mark. There you go, Mark.
Oh, hi. Thank you, Eleanor. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you good.
Yeah, I was, I somehow got muted earlier. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate all the points. As a resident of Redondo Beach, I just feel like, homelessness is not a temporary thing and a temporary solution that, from the comments earlier, would definitely turn into something permanent. Needs to be evaluated on a much larger scale. Some of the comments of, putting it into a community center where our kids and our, surrounding cities kids are there on a daily basis. I would say thousands of them on a daily basis. It's amazing how many people use that facility. The fact that Northrop would even write a letter and would not want it either just proves more to the point. But I liked one of the council members earlier, I think it was John Grand, saying that it needs to be up front and personal. I mean, this is something that all of our residents should, try to apply themselves towards and put in front of. And if it's in a place that's part of our community and we make those people that are a part of our community, well taken care of and come up with solutions that help them get the services that they need. I just don't see how pallet is the right solution for that. I think it's a bigger conversation, whether it's the lagoon or a spot that we work with other beach cities to find. I don't know where it is, but, obviously coming up with the solution that puts it dead center in the middle of a community center is not the right answer. And we need to come up with a better solution and, stop looking at a quick fix Band-Aid to check the box so we can get people off the streets and just truck them over to somewhere else. This needs more professional services. I know this is not all of our, industry. And so I think leaning on some people that know and do and can help us find the right answers is where we need to go. I don't think we should be just looking to spend some money real quickly and come up with a quick place to throw some people so we can enforce with, our already cut police force. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. My comment is this terminology called wraparound services. And so this is not a place just to put some people for a little while and then close it down. Wraparound services includes counseling. It includes treatments. A lot of people don't have proper medical treatment. There's people that are just down on their luck. There's a tremendous amount of variety of why people are homeless. And there's a lot of NGOs, non-governmental organizations, PATH, what's one I can't think of right now. There's several organizations that are assisting with services so that these are transitional shelters, not in and out. And so we've been working on this for years. And for those who think that the council and the mayor are affected by these things, I assure you, there's homeless people all over now, and it's expanding. Most of the problem in Redondo is focused more on South Redondo for now, because the programs have been established a long time ago. Homeless come in on the buses, and I watch it. It's right down the street from me. And then they get back on the buses and they go back to wherever they came. So, and it's just for the meals that are served. So it's a complicated problem. New homeless show up all the time. Others get housing. You'd be amazed at how many people have been transitioned into housing and gotten jobs. And it's because of these kind of wraparound services that we've had. So a lot of people are very new to what we've been doing in Redondo Beach. They just see, they hear homeless shelter in Aviation Park. And here comes, everyone in that whole area. And it's not really what we're talking about. And with proper security and proper services and professional security and that sort of thing, location is important, but regardless of where it is, you have to have those kinds of elements there. This isn't just a one-stop temporary come in, get out. Certainly not intended to be that. So anyway, with that, any more public comments, Eleanor?
No, the one that has their hand raised, he's already spoken.
Okay. All right. So is that it for public comment?
That's it.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdy.
Aye.
Okay. So there you go. So when's that report coming back and more ideas, Mike?
Not until I dig into it. You've given me, and the community has given me a very and understandably healthy list of things to explore. And so as soon as we can get that done, we'll expedite it if we see people start to transition from fire chick room key on October 5th. So we'll hurry up. If they're able to house them, then we can take more time to get all the questions answered. If this is the start of a conversation about this, it's certainly not the end of it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think this is in the job description of the city attorney. So I really appreciate you taking this on, Mike, because you really have, and you didn't have to. So thank you. And we'll at least have more conversations and hopefully find something constructive to actually accomplish.
And it's 11 o'clock. We missed our 10:30 what we can do. So
You're so reliable, Laura. You're like a cuckoo. Like you think it right there. Boom, there. You know what time it is. It's either 10:30 or 11.
Well, we got one. Two.
I know Todd appreciates me.
I do.
Todd doesn't have to fly tomorrow morning. Not tonight. Not today.
Grand. Well, I don't know. We could continue all these items in the next meeting. I mean, we do have a meeting next week, so whatever you guys want to do. Anybody
Since we do have one next week, why don't we just continue these items to next week then?
That works for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
A motion in a second. I'll just do a vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, city manager items. Joe, did you have anything you wanted to share with us?
Nothing tonight.
Okay, any directions from mayor or council items?
I do actually. So, Joe, are we going to get an update on our financial status for the city of Redondo right now? In terms of tax receipts?
Yes, it is something that we monitor on a continuing basis. I don't have it calendared at this point in terms of a report to bring back. The next standard time when we would report would be mid-year. We're not looking to wait until that long. So
right.
Most likely in November is kind of what we
Okay. Yeah, we should definitely get that sooner than later, just so we know where we are with our budgeting and finances and things like that. If things are doing really well, I mean, the village is doing fantastic right now. I want to keep that up. I'd like to actually make a motion if we're having a meeting next week, maybe create a letter that the council can send to the Board of Supervisors to allow reopening of breweries and tasting places in Redondo Beach and the county overall, specifically because we have King Harbor Brewing, which is on 182nd up there, and in the harbor, and of course in the village. And they're not technically allowed to be open, but if we can send a letter of support like Joy Buscaino did in San Pedro and some other cities have up to the County Board of Supervisors, to have that as a quick agenda item for next week.
We'll wholeheartedly second that.
Yeah. Okay, well, we can craft a letter, I guess, and discuss it at the next meeting. So everybody knows I signed a letter jointly with the mayor of Torrance and Manhattan Beach, and I think Hermosa Beach too as well. Actually, Governor Newsom to consider breaking out the South Bay. Our numbers aren't anywhere near what the rest of Los Angeles County is, and Los Angeles County will not consider the South Bay separately. So, you know, we sent a letter to the governor to consider us separately. Don't know if it's going to work. We're certainly trying everything. So everybody knows. But yeah, in terms of a letter, just specifically for breweries to the county.
Yeah, breweries and tasting areas that can serve food for, you know, food in addition to their regular operations.
They aren't classified as restaurants; they're classified as bars. Right. They really do allow some food.
It's a weird, exactly.
Oh, wait a second. If I'm going to second that, you said that can serve food?
Yeah, not just, I don't want just bars open. That's not the point here. The point here is like the King Harbor, the tasting center up in 182nd or down where I'm in a village, they can also serve food.
So can we just get a letter and then debate whether or not the food part later? Because I don't want to get into a discussion on this.
Yeah, we really can't talk about it. This is the whole thing. So,
okay,
so
fine.
It's a motion.
Just talk about the letter. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
point.
you. I'll second that.
Good point.
Okay, we'll take a vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so I've learned anything else? Councilmember
Nope,
Nierenheim.
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, two things. One would be I'd like staff, particularly Brandy, to bring back a discussion, and Mike Webb, a discussion on inclusionary housing for moderate rate housing for the first week in November.
I would say low income and moderate. I mean, it's really a broad subject about inclusionary zoning for affordable housing.
Right.
It's
okay, so
very broad. I mean,
okay, so
I wouldn't limit it
a
to
discussion on a discussion on inclusionary zoning for low and moderate income housing for the first week in November's meeting.
I like that. Second that.
Okay.
Is that possible, Joe or Brandy? A discussion.
Yeah, I think that's possible to bring back for a discussion item. I don't think we have an ordinance, but we can definitely.
That's fine.
You know, some of the different things that need to be considered. What are the percentages? What are the impacts that could come with that?
That would be to look at what they've done in Santa Monica and some other cities. It might be very helpful. It's actually in the charter of Santa Monica. Anyway, is everybody okay with that?
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Did you get that? Okay. Anything else, Todd?
Yes, I do. One other is seeing what happened tonight with the ordinance related to the hearing. I would like us to bring back the ordinance for review by the third meeting in, say, October. Would that be enough time?
What ordinance are you talking about?
The one that was talked about tonight related to combining lots and zoning.
10-2.514. We can certainly bring it back, not for a first reading, but we can bring it back for discussion, and I'll pull since I wasn't here when they adopted it, or I wasn't doing that when they adopted it in the 90s. I'll pull all the old staff reports, and including the update in February 2005, so you can see, what they were thinking, and you can give us direction on possible ways to.
Okay. When did you say you could do that, Mike?
He said the third. We'll do it whenever you say to, and he said the third week in November, and that's not unreasonable.
Oh, I said October, but if November is October possible?
I can. Yeah, it is. It's just we have a lot of stuff backed up, and so if we go October, it jumps some of the stuff. But I absolutely can do October. So
let's do the third week in November. That's fine. Third meeting.
You say by then, and then you got time to do whatever works for you, Mike.
Okay, that's fine for me.
Budgets are coming through.
So is there a motion?
That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand. You there, John?
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Horvath, do you have anything?
No, nothing tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Nothing now. Thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay, well, I guess that's it. We don't have to go back to closed session. I'll turn a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, next meeting will be
Next week, Tuesday. Motion to adjourn to a non-regular scheduled meeting, actually.
September 22nd.
4:30 closed session, 6 p.m. open session.
Okay.
Do we get paid extra for this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that included part of the motion?
I'll look for that check.
It's double your regular overtime rate.
You got food at home.
Okay, well, I'm not hearing any objections, so with that, we're adjourned.
I object. No, I'm just joking.
Your raise becomes effective when you become effective.
Wow. We're having way too much fun.
And on that note, good night.
Way too much fun.
Exactly. I'm signing off on that one.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.